Yo, what's good with it, Riyadh? What's good? What's good with it? Happy Wednesday. So Jaru and Tony Yayo, airplane pillow fight. We're gonna talk about that because I don't know why them niggas still beefing. You know what I mean? It's crazy. The Bad Bunny investigation. That's going on around about what happened at the Super Bowl, and how they're trying to, I guess, cancel him. But yeah, shout out to AZ. What's going on, brother? Yeah, AZ's on thing, but you wanna AZ AZ much respect though. Shout out to everybody on Twitch though. Yeah, we gonna let me put that. My bad, AZ. I just recognize you was on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. Much respect though, brother. You know what I mean? We keep the community pumping and keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AZ there. Make sure y'all go check him out. As I said, shout out to Rice too, but shout out to AZ, man. Trying to do good things for the community and not in the bullshit all the time. We just promoting, you know what I mean, moving around and making the platform bigger. So shout out to A for that. You see what I'm saying? And shout out to Rice as well. As you know, we on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, we just gonna keep it moving. Fuck everything else. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I mean? Not trying to get into nobody's shit. Not trying to, you know what I mean? Just keep it moving and be positive. But yeah, let me get back to this. But the and Tony Yayo and I'm gonna talk about a lot of stuff here. Make sure I hit the like button for me but the Tony Yayo airplane pillow fight with Jaru Uncle Murder and you know yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, let me get those guys up there. Hold on, let me get hold on 1 second. Let me get because I think I have what do I have on the photo? I'm gonna get let me get thing on the photo. I gotta follow you back on the Twitch though, AZ on this one, cause this one right here, my other one froze up. I had to switch it up, but I'm gonna when I get off, I'll go back and follow your main page and that. But what I gonna say now? Let me get these photos up there, y'all. Get these photos. You get to see what's going on. But as I said, man, I mean, we're grooving, we're bumping, and I mean, we can keep the good energy and vibe going. As I said, anybody want to come over from Twitch and whatever, y'all can come up. You know what I mean, voice your opinion. We're gonna let y'all talk. Everything gonna be everything go good. I forgot to put the next picture up there, but yeah. So Ja Rule and Uncle Murder. My bad. Ja Rule, Tony Yayo, Uncle Murder on the airplane. You know, pillow fighting, and it's just crazy. I'm like, damn, y'all at that age and y'all still doing this? Y'all still doing this? We got to cut that out at this point. Man, we got to stop all this. I said we could sell niggas want to sell records or whatever. They could go ahead and do their thing. But it's crazy that Tony Ayo and Ja Rule is trying to be from the airplane. I better hope Trump don't ban y'all from the airplane from flying. Period. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. Yeah, hey. Tony Yayo, man, I don't know why they was out there pillow fighting. I don't understand what was going on with that. Why was what was all that? Did they catch the same flight? Like they had to know though that Ja was gonna be on the same flight. They had to know. What's good, Ufio? They had to know that, that nigga will do anything for 50 Cent, yeah. Anything. He will do anything for 50 Cent, yeah. Anything. That boy right there is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Super, super crazy. But yeah, them niggas shouldn't be on the airplane acting like that though. Yeah, to me it's just like, all right, we don't need to do all that. We don't need to do all that, man. That's too much. That is too much. All that extra stuff like that. Niggas in their 50s. 50 Cent is 50. And I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure. It seems like I don't. But what my thing I don't understand. Why is he so important though? Why is he like acting like he was an artist that was selling records? I guess because they're getting paid to do whatever they want. They will be a part of that big agenda. You know, we all know. But I'm gonna talk about this thing too, because people are saying that you know um I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna get into that. Let me just get off of this Tony Yayo and 50 Cent. I mean the whole G Unit beef between 50 Cent, Yayo, and Tony Yayo. Oh, you think so? But I think that would be some personal personal beef. Like remember they had beef. Irv Gotti, Black Child, and all them. They've been beefing for a long time. This is just like remember they've been beefing for a long time. They both from Queens. Remember they were the one that said that 50 Cent was a snitch. That 50 Cent name is really 5-0. They was the one that was saying that. They was what the fuck? People always try to call me the wrong time. I'm not answering. I'm done for the day. I fucking email me. Fuck. But it's I can't even do this. Let me my bad. Let me not act like. Oh, I don't know. Real. Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link to if anybody want to come up. We all know it's an open panel, but people gonna have to show their face. If I don't know you like that. Give me a second. I don't know. I don't know what this is, but this is it's a lot of crazy stuff. There's a lot of weird stuff that's going on that's unanswered, and it just gets weirder and weirder every day. But back to what Rufio was saying, I believe, what's his name, 50 Cent has a personal problem with Ja Rule. I don't think he get paid to to troll him on Rufio. I think that's their personal beef that they have. That's their personal beef that they have. That's what I think. They got a personal beef. And yeah, it's getting weird. I know. The niggas gonna be beefing when they're 60 or just 50. Okay. All right. Okay, do you want to say? My bad, y'all. Riaz, my bad, Riaz. What's good? What's good? What's good, Riaz? What's good? Peace, peace, peace up, Riaz. Peace up. Much respect. Much respect, but yeah, a lot of weird stuff going on. Shout out to you though. Shout out to, but let me highlight. Let me highlight a couple comments. You know, but Rufio, back what Rufio was saying, I believe. Hold on, let me this comment especially right here. Hold on. Rufio, you gotta remember, you know, you say you were a gangster, but you weren't. You remember, Wangster is for Ja Rule and Ja Rule and Herb Gotti on there. You remember that? I know you remember that. I mean, because we're about the same age. Yo, Riaz, you in?
Mhm.
Riaz,
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Riaz,
Yeah.
Riaz,
Yes, do you hear me?
Riaz. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Riaz.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, but what do you think about this thing, this airplane pillow fight, Riaz?
I think this is kind of interesting in a way, but I guess though Ja was doing the right thing, walking away, cause they both don't like each other, and when they see each other, it's straight up smoke. I guess so. I don't know, to be honest. What do you think, though?
Bro, I think these niggas they need to stop beefing.
They
I
do.
think they
I
need to
feel
stop
you.
beefing. I
I
like
feel you, though.
Ja Rule and 50 Cent is way
Too old.
yeah to be beefing. I like, come on, yo. In the next 5 years, they're gonna be 55. Yo, they gotta cut. They gotta come to a like you know what? I think
Yeah,
somebody
but I
should
understand what you mean though, bruh. But 50 is petty though, bruh.
yeah.
Even though the man is petty, he's smart though. I'll give him that though. The man is smart though, when it comes to business and stuff like that. He's got that mindset though. So I'll give him that. The man is smart though. Even though he's petty.
He is, but boy, it be just like I don't know. They need to cut this out. All this stuff need to stop. You know, just stop. Like the whole like the airplane, as I said, like doing all that. You don't want to get banned from the airline at 50 years old. You know what I mean? And like Ja Rule had like like it's two versus one. So like I mean, Tony Yayo could have been like, you know what I mean? All right, let me because real
So
talk.
basically,
No, hold on.
it's a
Let me finish. Tony Yayo, I mean Uncle Murder was not with G Unit when they was beefing with Ja Rule, so he shouldn't be like, you know what I mean? I think he shouldn't have been a part of this beef. That's what I hate about people. It's like, all right, you haven't said nothing about me in 10 years, and because you're only with some niggas, all of a sudden you want to say some shit. It's crazy. That is fake. That is not real. You know what I mean? Real talk, yo. It's just crazy, yo. Go ahead, Riz.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Riz.
I
Go ahead.
was gonna say though, man, that I guess though, between the both of them at their age, it's like a postcode beef. They both came from the same end, though, same end, same hood, though, basically, and they didn't like each other before. Like they probably, 50 liked him at one point, but then he didn't though, and then he started to beef him though, and he remained that way until now.
Yo, you gotta remember though, Ja Rule dissed all of them niggas. He dissed Eminem, he dissed Haley, Eminem's daughter. Yo, he dissed the whole. That's what I'm saying. Uncle Murder was not around for that. Remember, Ja Rule was dissed the fuck out of Haley. You know what I mean? Remember, he called her like
Yeah.
the S word. You remember that?
Yeah, I heard about that actually. I was too young to remember that, but I know about it. I remember that in the sense though, like I did actually hear about it and listen to it and stuff like that though. But
No, no,
I
they're
I
at
was I was too young to
and
remember that. You gotta remember my
Murder
age,
Inc.
bro.
The Murder Inc. mixtape. Ooh, that was embarrassing. Trust me, there's no coming back. That's how I was trying to tell Rufio. Rufio, there's no coming back from the shit. Now you gotta remember, Rufio. Somebody said some shit, about your kids, your daughter on the playroom. Like, there's no coming back from it. You see what I'm saying? There is no so. That's what's going on. Like he like Ja Rule killed. He talked hella shit about Haley. Like, you know what I mean? Like he killed her. Like he like this like he dissed them in a whole song. So as I
Mm-hmm.
said, it's gonna always be some
Oh
type of.
wait, isn't it also because of that song as well? Though 50 had a song called "How to Rub" in 1999. Where he dissed everybody, even Ja in that song. I think, right? In
Yeah,
"How to Rub."
that had nothing to do with what happened was you got to remember this beef between them is like from Queens. It started from their block. They both come from the same hood.
Yeah,
So it's like Yo Gotti and Young Dolph, but except for one of them passed away. Like, you see what I'm saying?
yeah.
That's what's
Wait,
going
I
on.
feel you though. I can give you another example too, I guess though. Basically, from where I'm from is where you got gigs and you got spray. Like basically spraying gigs used to be cool back in the day. But then
Yeah.
what happened was that ever since that incident that happened is spray, literally spray has been literally trying to smoke. He literally never forgave gigs and he's still mad at him for whatever went down though, when it's partially his fault though for hanging around people that shouldn't be there, and he was someone else's plus one basically. Got like a plus one pass. Why he gets limited access to certain events? Because people know how he moves though. People knows
So,
how. Okay, but anyways though, I get you on what you're trying to say.
yeah, it's not like like as I said, this beef right here needs to like it's crazy. These niggas gonna be beefing when they're like like they like 60, boy. Like it needs to stop.
Yeah, wait, how old is 50 though?
And remember, he's like 50 years old.
Wait, 50 is like 50 years old. 50 cents like 50. I
Yeah,
didn't know he's 50. I thought he was like 40 something, late 40.
that nigga is like in his 50, 50
Oh,
something.
okay.
Yeah, he's in his 50s. Yeah,
Yeah, I guess
that's
his name actually suits him right now, He's 50 and 50 though, cuz he's 50 Cent and he's 50. So his name suits him now.
yeah. I don't know. I guess.
No, so
Yeah,
I don't know. I just laughed for a minute, but I feel you on what you're trying to say though, man.
yeah. It's too much. Yeah, you gotta chill out, man. Too much. This airplane shit was wild, yo. I ain't gonna lie. It was wild. It was wild, yo. They need to they need to chill out with that. They're fighting on the airplane. What are you guys gonna be on next fighting? You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Who next they gonna run
Wait,
into?
so like basically before in that time the Uncle Murder was on Murder Inc. though, right? I was just
No,
asking
no,
because
he
I
wasn't
was
on
too
Murder
young.
Inc. I
Oh
don't
no, no,
think
he wasn't. No, no. Okay, you tell me though, because I'm too young to remember that.
Uncle Murder was not with them at the time. You hear what I'm
Oh,
saying? He was not with them at the time when this was
okay,
happening. Oh, I got this in my bag. Hold on.
okay.
Yeah, he's Murder is
Oh,
not
wait,
with.
so basically he was independent that time, right?
Yeah, Uncle Murder was I don't think he was with G Unit at that time. If I'm mistaken, he wasn't with them. He was no, I don't know. I don't know when I forgot when he thing became a G Unit member, but I don't think he was. You know, you see what I'm saying? With them with certain things when they was going hard, like people gotta understand, like they used to go hard at it.
Mm-hmm.
Hard, like as I said, there's some disrespectful stuff. People think, oh, niggas get disrespectful. Them niggas been disrespecting each other. You know,
So
they've
it's
been.
basically a beef from the street to music to now, basically. So like it's like an ongoing thing for a very long time. So yeah, I get you on that aspect too. I do agree with you where they have to end it though, but just knowing how he is though, bruh, I doubt that would ever happen. The only time that will ever stop though is I guess though basically when one of them ain't here no more, I guess. And I'm not wishing on that, bruh.
We talking about 50 and them?
Yeah, I'm talking about 50 though, bro. Let's think about it this way, man. I understand what you mean. I wish it to stop too, but you know how he is though, you know?
Hmm.
You know how 50 is though. He's still petty though. He won't let anything go.
Yeah, them niggas need to stop, pillow fighting on the airplane. I ain't gonna lie,
Okay.
that was that was embarrassing. Hold on, let me get this photo up there. That was embarrassing. I ain't gonna lie, yeah, that was niggas fighting and throwing pillows and picking up pillows like, come at me, like, huh? Like, Growski, crazy, right? This shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, boy.
Nah, man. Wallah, man. Nah, when you actually they put on the pillows though, bro. Nah, man. I can't stop.
Yeah, it's crazy, dog. This shit is insane, yo. Real talk, yo. You can't make this up, yo.
Oh my god.
Niggas is out here. Niggas is out here pillow fighting. Pillow fighting. Can't make this up, yo. Can't make this up. I can't believe what I can't believe it. Like, I'm shocked. Shocked. That they was on there doing all that. That-
Okay.
That's that's the
Yeah,
shit.
say you know.
That's the shit that you do in college, I guess. I don't know.
Mm,
High school,
I guess kids though.
huh?
I guess as kids though you do that though, but I don't know, man.
Yeah, that is wild. Hold on, let me turn this down. Hold on. Let me mute up for a second. Let me turn this down. Yeah, that is wild already. You can hear me still?
I hear you.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
wild.
but like no, but man, that's actually when you actually mentioned that though, bruh, that was so funny. I could not stop, bruh. Literally though.
Yeah, they pillow fight. That's what they was doing. You gotta call it like how it is. And niggas was pillow fighting. Hold on, I'm just putting something up. Yeah, them niggas in the airplane pillow fighting, bro. Pillow fighting. Niggas just want to go viral. That's it. Niggas want to just do something, say something to keep their name
I
up.
actually, I get you on what you mean though, man.
That's it.
Yeah, but actually, I remember an example like that though. At some point, like 2020s and stuff like that. I think probably two UK artists. Though, you know what they did? Two UK rappers of upper tier hoods and stuff. They don't like each other. You know what they did? They literally ran into each other, right? They ran into each other on a plane, right, in Dubai, right? And they literally started fighting on the plane. Literally, another artist had to literally separate them.
That's why. That's how it should be happening when you put in stupid stunt like that on an airplane. You should get fined.
Yeah.
Man, you should.
Basically, it's Tia and Wayne and Heady one. Basically, during that period, though, what happened was though they saw each other on the plane, and basically both of their sets don't like each other like that.
Right.
And they're from
Wait, wait.
they're both from North, but they both don't like each other, right? So
Right.
basically, literally though they saw each other and got into a fight. Literally, I think. Another UK artist who was on the plane with them literally had to step in and stop them from fighting each other.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I mean, they were lucky somebody stopped them from fighting on a plane in Dubai because, they could have just gotten banned from coming there.
Yeah, this right here, boy, it's crazy to me. It's on. As I said, it's all it is. Niggas just want to keep their name in the algorithm. That's all. They get into a little argument, a little videos. So it wasn't gonna do nothing, bro. It wasn't gonna do nothing because
I guess,
it
I
is.
guess though, to them, that's the only thing that gains traction, though.
Story. A true story is we was on a one point we was on the ferry and an airplane, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an
Oh,
airplane.
God. Yeah, I hear you.
They was arguing, right? They was arguing, like a big argument. Niggas telling about their mom, fuck your mom, all that stuff going on, right? Bro, the minute that Fury part, yo, the nigga jumped on and get up before the next nigga, bro.
Wait, but it's kind of one thing doing that verbal altercation, no, but literally when you see your own up
I'm
on the
telling you
same
though,
plane
like
as you, though,
stuff like this,
literally, though,
stuff
it's
like
straight
this.
on sight.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Stuff like this with other rapper, as soon as they said my nigga, it's on. Like, as soon as as soon as they see you certain places and whatever, and you're like, all right, it's on. You know what I mean? It's on site. Like, I don't think nobody was trying to, be on and nothing with nobody. Like, you see what I'm saying? Everything was just all like, for sure. Oh, I pumped that nigga on the airplane, and it's crazy. But I'm gonna tell you this though, 50 Cent, his time is coming. 50 Cent
Wait,
with
his
John.
time is coming for what?
Jay Z's gonna get that nigga, yo. Jay Z's gonna, cause
Wait, in
um,
which way do you mean? Like literally, like put a hit on him or something?
Lyric said something important to me, like, yo, Jay Z might not, 50 Cent might not want to threaten Jay Z about making anything. And I'm like, you know what? Shit, he right. Because for Jay Z not be saying nothing right now, I think he got something cooking up for all the people that's coming again. I swear to God. He's too quiet. Way too quiet. He's not gonna he's not gonna do Beyonce like that. He's not gonna make people shame him and Beyonce like that. But 50 Cent time is coming. I'm telling you what. Y'all ruin all them. They know what's going on. That's why they keep popping up. That's why they keep popping up. But yeah, it's going down. It's going down with
Wait, do you think since 50 time is coming soon though, do you think like like Jazz career at some point that if that day ever happened would have been just revived anyway?
Oh, say it again. I could hear you. Say what?
Wait, do you think that when you said the 50s time is coming though, and when that day happened, do you think like Jazz name and career would have been just revived though?
I don't know. I don't. My bad. I don't know. Yet. I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know. I was just asking you though. I don't know to be honest.
I'm telling you, when they get him, they're gonna have him in there like they're gonna make sure he doesn't get bail, yo. That's the type of stuff they that nigga does not get bail. They're gonna make sure he don't get
Wait,
bail.
like basically that one rumor in 50's career and stuff like that though, where they're saying he's, he snitched and stuff, but I don't think he did though. But they're saying this rumor that would never die or something.
I don't know, yo. A lot of people said he was.
Yeah, for example, I can give you an example for where I'm in UK. There's this guy Sneak. Some people say like basically this rumor in his career that basically, they say he snitched, but he didn't actually though. But he says that he never did though. But that's just that one rumor that refuses to die though. So basically, in some kind of way, what he does though is basically sometimes though, he plays in like that rumor would never die. He addressed and he said what he said, but sometimes what he also does, he just plays with it as well. Like literally, just uses the cat and stuff like that. Like he says,
Yeah,
he turned into a cat or like 9 lives or something like that.
talking about 50 Cent.
I mean, 50 could actually do that.
I don't know. All
I
I'm
don't
saying,
know.
he's playing with a lot of fire. He's playing with a lot. He keep playing with fire, yo. He keep playing with
Yeah,
fire.
shit, but if that happens to 50, I wonder what happens to the power stuff. They're probably just gonna end all of that, I guess, if that were to happen. Or they'll just continue without him.
I don't know what they gonna do. I don't know what they gonna do.
Yeah, but that's kinda I'll be real for real though. That is interesting and I feel you about ending that too though, but at the same time though, I cannot stop laughing at the fact when you mentioned that though. They fought with pillows and stuff though, bruh. That was so funny.
That is insane. But you hear about this Bad Bunny situation here, what's going
I
on?
heard about, yeah, I heard about the Bad Bunny situation. You know, his Super Bowl though, right?
His what?
The Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's about to he's about to get because like what Rice said, right? He was saying some,
Demon stuff.
he's get, he's getting sued for saying singing about gay sexual act at the Super Bowl. So he was saying like what Rice said. Rice already told us that he was doing that. That he was doing all that.
Oh, wow. Wait, but he was saying it in his language,
Yeah,
right?
in his language. So no more, yeah, he was saying like, talking nasty stuff about, doing stuff with other men in his language.
Yeah, but to be honest though, bruh, I did not watch it on purpose because one, I'm not into it, and two, though, I don't like the feeling of watching him, bruh. I felt weird about it.
Yeah, hello. I
Yeah,
don't.
for, for real though, bruh. Literally, I'm not into his music though, bruh. It's not that I have nothing a problem with Latin stuff though, bruh. But at the same time, I don't understand their language though, bruh. And even if I listen, it's not my taste and it's not my culture neither, you know?
Oh, I feel you.
Anything I'm interested in is either it's America and UK stuff though, because that's the only thing I'm into mostly, you know. So I'm not into Bad Bunny and stuff like that.
I feel you. Nothing wrong with that, Riaz.
Yeah, but the only way though, when it comes to Latin music as well, the only way that'll get me interested if the beat is banging though. Like if it's like banging and it slaps hard though, and they say something hard in it though, man. That catches my attention. Then yeah, I'm going for it. But not him though, bro. I just feel something's weird about him. You know?
Yeah. He's like there to push an agenda and like, some type of weird stuff. But I do know, but some of the stuff that he was singing about though, so it's true though. Like what they was saying is like, he was doing the shit. People are saying, well, Michael Jackson never hold his nuts at where there was a family
Yeah,
show.
but
Michael
yeah,
Jackson
but there's a difference. No,
say,
but
oh, Michael
sorry.
Jackson, Nicki Minaj. But Nicki Minaj ain't never twerked at the Super Bowl. She ain't never. So we can't mix Super Bowl or a family
Yeah,
watch
but the,
adult concert where Michael Jackson go do a dance. You know what I mean? Hold on, spin around. We can't
yeah,
mix that.
but the diff,
People are just
right, but
people are
the
just finding
only diff.
anything to save this guy, yo. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the only difference is with Michael Jackson as well. At least he's not graphic with it, though. Even if there's like, references that go over people's head, he's not graphic with it.
Right,
And he's already got like a lot of hits, though, that people can just listen to anywhere, any place, though, you know?
right.
So basically, that's the only difference, though.
I don't know why people trying to bring remember Michael Jackson?
Oh,
Michael
wait, basically, one time, the NFL came to the UK. There's an NFL London show, and at gigs, though, right? The UK legend gigs. They literally got gigs to perform at NFL London, though, you know?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they did though. Literally though, like that was a big moment for him though, because in some kind of way he's doing well for himself. Like he's the legend here, and he's doing his thing in America too. And also though, the biggest song he ever made was "Talking the Hardest." That's literally UK's national anthem and everything. Like literally, like he got to perform that. I know it's not that type of crowd though. Like not many people actually reacted to it like that. But that's not his type of crowd though. But
Right,
if he were like basically any other event though, he'd probably get like a massive reaction for doing that. Even 50 even brought out gigs to a tour when he was here though. Like when he was on that, and 50 was doing that tour, his final tour or whatever.
yeah.
And when 50 came to the UK, he brought out gigs for it.
Oh, okay. That's big still. That's big. That's
Like
big.
literally, the interesting thing about him, no, bro, he was so hard back in the day. Gigs were so hard back in the day. Even his own ups rated him for it.
Yeah, but hear me out though. Let me get back to the story real quick before we
Okay,
finally.
continue. Let's go back to the story.
I
What
was
is
saying
that?
Jay-Z, right? He's not the only one that's getting in trouble. He's not the he's not Bad Bunny's not the only one because Jay-Z, people are bashing Jay-Z too, because Jay-Z can get sued for this too. So this is the reason why they come Trump, the Republicans and them coming at Bad Bunny because they want to get at Jay-Z. You already know where this is going. I'm telling you, watch. At the end of the day, it's gonna end up in some mess with Jay Z because Jay Z purposely, Jay Z purposely, went out there and make it like political about taking a shot at ICE. They did not like that. A lot of people did not like that. So it's like, now it's like, they don't want this, and I kind of agree with it. It's like that's kind of stupid, and I know he was gonna get in trouble though, because you gotta remember if you're not landed and if you're, the Democrats can't save you from getting deported. People keep running that,
Mm-hmm.
and as I said, and you could see like they're not lying. They're
Oh
not
yeah,
lying.
I
They're
agree.
not lying about gay sexual act though. If you look in
No.
the photo, if you look in the photo, there's a girl dancing. There's a girl twerking on a girl, right? Like, look, I'm gonna put the photo up again. You can see two girls dancing with each other, and majority, like, what I mean, is a gay sexual act. And the certain stuff that you singing about, what I mean, in your language, think people don't know what you're saying. You know what I mean? There's translators, yeah. There's so
Wow, bro. No, but I agree with you. And there was also saying like Diddy also cussed as well, though. I get you on that though too. Like basically, like when you brought up Michael Jackson and stuff like that, though. Or like basically other artists though when they come over when they have explicit songs, they don't mention the explicit lyric in it
we
though.
can't push
They
these things.
when
We
I
can't.
brought up Gigs, for example, literally the Gigs is known for explicit music. You know what he had to do when he performed, an NFL show, right? He literally had to censor the explicit parts of his music, though.
Right. We can't. But it's true. Though. I agree with the NFL, and and they can't. You can't push these type of things on kids. You can't do that. You can't. You're doing all this stuff, all right, but then you find out majority of stuff that you was talking about having, like what Rice was saying, doing it with man in your language. You're talking about it, doing it with other men. And everybody's dancing around like, oh my God, getting down. I knew that shit was weird because majority of the people that I see dancing that stuff that are Puerto Rican, you know what I mean? All over social media, they give me like an LGBT vibe. So I knew this
Well,
was kind of like what had
wait,
nothing.
but I was gonna say,
That's what I'm saying. This is why some of the Puerto Rican people are bashing him too, because if you're gonna make it about our people, and I agree with my people. I'm up in Florida, Florida. If you're gonna make it, that's like if somebody's gonna make it about your religion and fight and say, you know what, all right, we gotta stop the people from we gotta let Islam protest because everybody could protest KKK. You know what I mean? And then someone's like, no, you know what I mean? We can't let them, we're not gonna let them do that. But we could allow this type of stuff on national TV where people brainwash your kid, say stuff in their language, other people know what they're saying. You know what I mean? But you see what I'm saying? Like the Muslims are
yeah,
not doing,
but
you're not doing that. The Muslims are
yeah,
not
but
doing
also the references though, what he's also pushing as well, though. Like pure,
yeah,
it feels dark though. That's why I chose not to watch it anyways. Sometimes I would, the halftime shows, or sometimes I might check it here and there or whatever. If it catches my attention, I might do it. But
you,
I don't watch like that.
you can't be a Christian and said, oh, we got to teach kids at 5 years old, and at like Gabriel Union was saying about D Wade. We can't say, oh, you know what? Well, we gotta get them for while they're young, and we gotta like let them watch. Because the crazy thing, he had a little boy out there, right? You had a little boy out there. The kid looked like he must have been like what, 8, 7? All right, but then you're doing all this stuff. So you're doing that in front of kids. It's true. You can't bring out a little boy and give him an award. Hmm? No, no, no. You can't.
Yeah, but isn't it? I was gonna say though, Brett. Anyways, when you mentioned about how some Puerto Ricans, though, literally, bashed him too, though. I feel like also this. It's not just about what he was saying or like what he was doing too, though. I feel like some of them, though, when they come from a faith-based background, some of them just literally said, "Nah, we ain't supporting that because that's dark."
I don't like the fact that he was doing that. He was brainwashing
I
people.
don't neither. I don't neither.
That he was like, that's why we never understand nothing in English. As I said, I heard a lot of Puerto Rican rappers. I mean, a lot of Puerto Rican singers, and they tell you, and it's like they have two versions, right? Is because as I
The
said,
English
I got Puerto
version.
Rican in my family, bro, and they be sending me songs like I'll be listening to shit, And I said, I don't have Mexican. I have Mexican friends, but they're like mixed with Africans and black and all that stuff. But like, I have Puerto Ricans in my family, and the Puerto Rican culture is not that. You know, they don't really want you to misleading them. Just like, oh, we don't want to get misled as black people. People that are doing that, that was not. That was just for like the gay politics shit. That's what that shit was for.
Right.
That's why
It's
people.
like basically though for me though, sometimes though I might listen to the Pakistani music. I mostly listen to the UK stuff though, because that's my thing though. Basically. I understand like basically, in the traditional stuff. I can understand what they're saying though, man. But I get you in that aspect too though. But when you're saying they have two versions, isn't it like they have one in English though and one in the original language? Or like basically what they do is they make one original song, and when the original song gets a lot of views and traction to it, they'll make a remix though with the English speaking artist. So then that artist though can help people actually understand.
Right. I get you. Oh, I understand. I totally understand, brother. Trust me. I do, bro.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is this is some insane shit. This is some insane stuff here. You know, they gotta figure out something. I'm not saying Bad Bunny should go to jail, but you're out there doing all that on the stage. They going, they gonna look at you weird, yo.
He should apologize. One, he should either apologize, or two, just take accountability for what he said.
Apologize. Real talk. I think you should apologize. You know what? I agree with you. I think you should apologize. I think I think he should. When the investigation comes down, I think he should apologize for that. I strongly do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Strongly
Yeah,
do.
but you know what he should do? One, he should apologize, and two, though, he should make, he should make some few tracks though that are in English, or like basically, just basically what he should have done was basically whatever tracks were in English though, he should have just had them playing, or radio friendly songs or something like that. I know he don't have it like that. I don't know. I know about him, but I don't follow him like that.
Yo, as I said, I never heard of him until that day. Then I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, and that's me. He's got songs that like billion. He got like a billion views on a certain video. I seen him pop up on my feed because obviously I did a story on it. You know what I mean? But I don't as I said, I listen to a lot of, and I wouldn't listen to him though. I can't lie. And the reason why he's getting that, you know what I mean? He's not doing it for his culture. He's doing it for the alphabet community. He's not really doing nothing for no culture. Let's be honest, y'all. He's
Right, so
not
he's
doing it for the
doing it for
culture.
the rainbow community thing, though, man.
He's not
That's
really
why.
doing it for the culture. So now I'm saying he's not. He's not doing it for the culture. Huh? He,
Yeah,
he only doing it. He only doing it to please somebody else. And
not just please and somebody else. He's also doing it for a bag.
everybody I see dancing to that shit, that are Puerto Rican, they gay, yo. I ain't gonna lie. I swear to God. I'm not gonna lie. It's crazy.
Wait, isn't he also not just doing it for somebody else, but he's also doing it for money? Mostly the money, because he's getting paid heavy to do that.
If you want to be cool, you gotta do that type of stuff. And that's the shit I was talking about. Like, people don't like that. People are sick of that. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't get put up there because you don't want to do certain things. You know what I mean? But this dude right here, man, I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, if people say, oh, you don't understand it, we don't understand a lot of people. Well, fuck. I get it. But you guys want people to talk about y'all. You guys don't understand it. You guys want people to sing stuff that you know what I mean, that's gross and disgusting, that we can't do in English, that you know what I mean, if anybody, here's my thing about it, with all the idiots that's blagging and talking about Michael Jackson, Nicki Minaj. First of all, fucking idiot. Don't ever, any motherfuckers out there, don't ever, my bad here, sorry for the swear. Don't ever,
Yeah,
ever,
so I don't care.
ever bring Michael Jackson and bitch ass and weird ass Bad Bunny in the don't ever put them in the same league. It's not Michael Jackson and Bad Bunny is not in the same league.
Right. Rest
Michael
in
Jackson,
peace, though.
Michael Jackson
Rest
was
in
sick.
peace to Michael Jackson. The only difference between them two.
You know what I mean?
Sorry.
When Michael Jackson was doing that shit, there was no kids around. He was at a concert. He was not at a Super Bowl family show doing the breakdance, holding his nuts. He was doing it at an all adult show. You know what I mean? Nicki Minaj never really, you know what I mean, did anything like that. Obviously, she does that, but we cannot. Okay, to all these motherfucking idiots that are saying whatever, Nicki Minaj twerk or whatever. Yeah, she did all that shit. That's when in her younger days when she was not once have she twerked like how I see Cardi B got on the fucking on the Super Bowl thing twerk. Then she got out. It's like she twerking all the way around. I don't see Nicki Minaj is not on that level no more. But to put motherfucking Michael Jackson with Bad Bunny, anybody person, you are a black person that come out of your mouth, man, you should go sit your ass down, bro. Give up your black badge, bro. Real shit.
Yeah, but the thing though about Michael Jackson is what, even if they were referenced to it too, though, bro.
Michael Jackson hold on to no, that was a part of his shit. And he was not doing that in front of the kids. He was not doing that at a Super Bowl show. You know what I mean? So when you have a nigga that's talking about doing it with next man and breaking it down how him and the next man is doing it in his language, right? That is appropriate for the television and the halftime show that we're having. You know what I mean? That we've been watching for years. If we could cancel.
Wait, didn't they put up, basically when he was performing in his language, did they put up on the screen as well on the Titantron / Jumbotron? No, I say Titantron. Didn't they put up on the massive screen though, basically what the words actually meant?
That's what everybody was saying. Yo, you're a smart ass kid, eh? This is what everybody was saying. And a lot of these bloggers, right, that are saying, oh, Nicki Minaj was twerking because Nicki Minaj was Trump. All that shit. They're talking about that shit. What did they say? Donald Trump supported 50 Cent and Donald Trump, what did they say? 50 Cent talks about PIMC. Here's my thing with the people that are saying that 50 Cent. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. Because you guys was not calling 50 Cent a PIMP when you guys was high-fiving him when he was exposing Diddy with these files. Shut the fuck up about him being a pimp. All right? You shouldn't get on your platform and say 50 Cent's a PIMP and he's going up there and Donald Trump, he endorsed Donald Trump. Bitch ass niggas, you niggas was not saying that when 50 Cent was not calling 50 Cent a pimp, right? When he was doing, shit with doing the Diddy shit. Y'all not
yeah,
one,
people call it when they say that all of that,
I'm gonna get back to you. Hold on. Now, 50 Cent said, yeah, I'm a Trump, they're like, wait, you're endorsing Trump now? Oh, all of a sudden now, he's a PIMP and the Democrats the Republicans gonna have him up there singing PIMP but he's not gonna sing that song. He haven't went up there and sing it yet. Nicki Minaj haven't went on the stage and twerk in front of the Republicans yet. We haven't seen none of that. Until it happened, y'all need to shut the fuck up and stop trying to create trying to like switch the motive and just trying to y'all confusing people. Y'all the people that are watching, if you're in a blog and any motherfucker trying to cuss him the fuck out and leave. Especially when he's black. You know what I mean? Because you don't hear none of the white folks who are saying Michael Jackson was holding on to his nuts when he was dancing. Michael Jackson was not at a Super Bowl game. Michael Jackson was not. Oh, dare you motherfuckers trying to do that shit in Black History Month, in Black History Month. I tell you about
Happy Black History Month. And also the thing is though as well
they have these endorsed. They have this they're getting all these support by these other channel and they talking all this other shit, bro. You guys should be ashamed to don't bring Michael Jackson up. Michael Jackson was not at the Super Bowl doing the moonwalk holding his nuts.
Yeah, but then it's also very disrespectful though to bring his name up in the first place because he's not even living, bro. Right. He's not even living though, bro. That's what I was just about to say. Michael Jackson's not living right now, bro. He's gone though. He's left this world.
Exactly. So for you to use Michael Jackson as a point, you just have no point. Turn off your blog. Don't even do a review on this fucking video. If you're gonna use Michael Jackson as a point, Michael Jackson, thank Riz. Hold on, let me clap for my nigga Riz. Michael Jackson's not alive. Stop using the dead for explanation. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself to be on the internet using the dead for a fucking reaction. Unbelievable. Michael Jackson's not alive. Michael
Yeah,
Jackson never
but
grabbed
even
a
if
full mic,
Michael
a
Jackson
full
did
mic
have
like a
references
snowball
to
and grabbed
songs like that, though, bro, he basically wasn't graphic with it, you know. And even if it goes over people's head, they won't notice, though. You know, basically, literally, most of Michael Jackson's discography is mostly radio friendly, though. So, you know, even if there were references to like, stuff like that, they wouldn't actually know.
Black people do the most, yo. I can tell when some of y'all is switch up. A lot of y'all is cool. Soon as y'all get that big lift and that big endorsement of people, other government giving y'all and y'all. Oh, I don't like Democrats. I don't like Republicans. But your point is basically, majority of your point is basically Democrats, bro. You see what I'm saying? Majority of your points are Democrats. Don't say I'm not. I don't like Democrats, but I don't like Trump. Well, majority, you're mad because 50 Cent is thing, but you're saying, oh, whatever. Like people need to stop this shit. Don't bring Michael Jackson up in you guys' bullshit. Michael Jackson and Bad Bunny is not the same, bro. He's not in the same shoes. They will never, ever, ever be on the same level. Michael Jackson is way better than this nigga. Michael Jackson was doing none of this.
Exactly.
Don't ever bring him up. Don't, hey, y'all should be at this. I tell you, black people though. This is what black people do, y'all. This nigga can't be Michael Jackson. He's not Michael Jackson, okay? Don't ever do that. Y'all hate when y'all doing that. It's black people that always do that, yo. Never a white person that do that. Never us. It's always a black person. Oh, well, Michael Jackson never moved
I'd
off.
say Democrat people do that though.
Yeah,
Actually,
he never moved off
I
at the
wouldn't
same.
say I wouldn't put a race on it. I'd put Democrat though, bro.
No, he never put a thing on it. And I agree with the Republicans. Yo, that was a sexual act. If you're talking about doing stuff in your language and like Democrat, they could understand it and no one it's a part it's appropriate. You're doing all that and you're saying all that stuff. You're being way too aggressive. So yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but I was gonna say though, bruh, when his own people, right? When his own people don't agree with that, bruh, then you know he's in the
Yeah,
wrong,
that's what
though.
I'm saying. That's what's going on with Bad Bunny, yo. Bad
Yeah,
Bunny.
because with his own people though, bruh, I'm gonna tell you this, with his people as well though, bruh, like the one when they don't agree with him, it's not just about what he's living, it's about what he's referencing though.
Bro, the
Like
man
literally he's
don't like.
referencing like, dark energy stuff in that stuff and basically how some of them are though, some of them are faith-based, oh man, and they don't play when it comes to that, so that's why.
Don't let the people I'm trying to tell you, Michael Jackson did the same shit on the stage. We all saw Michael Jackson. When he did his shit, like what Rhea said, he wasn't that graphic with it. Yes, he grabbed his nut, but he didn't have a full hand, right? And he did not do it in front of kids. He did not do it in front of the Super Bowl. Janet Jackson had a wardrobe, male function.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I
that
mean?
was not her mistake. That was not her fault, though. That was
Yeah,
a mistake.
exactly. So y'all bitch ass bloggers are out there, right? That are getting paid because you guys support, you guys acting like, oh, I'm not Democrat, I'm not Republican. We know. We know who are the Republican bloggers. We know who are the Democrat bloggers. We know who are the conservatives. We could tell. You guys have a certain thing. We know. So don't say you're not. Stop lying. Stop fucking lying on the internet. And stop bringing up points like, that's when I know, stop bringing up points like, oh, Michael Jackson did it. Oh, Nicki Minaj did it. All of a sudden, no, we got a problem with Nicki Minaj, etc. But never had a problem with Beyonce when she was doing dumb shit. We never had a problem with it. No, that's what I said. The way people are bashing Nicki Minaj and say, oh, I'm not Democrat or I'm not, that's a lie. That's a fucking lie. Because you never got the same energy for this. You guys never had the same energy for Beyonce, but you had the same energy for Nicki Minaj. It's stupid to me. At this point, I can't really blame nothing on Nicki Minaj, but I could attack Trump. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where it is. Because he's doing, you know what I mean? He's the puppet master. I gotta go for the master, the puppet master. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you know what I mean? This shit right here is wrong. The Democrat use the Black Lives Matter, right? And now they on a new wave. It's like this. I'm gonna tell you what they're doing, bro. They on this new wave where like I have a mass protest. Remind you, none of them people that got shot in Minnesota was Mexican, Puerto Rican, or Venezuelan. None of them. It was all white people, all American people. So You know, it was like we're trying to do the same thing what we did. We had a Black Lives Matter group, right? That was so-called separate, supposed to be, repping black folks. But then we find
Wait,
out.
wait, you know though, but
Hold on,
when
hold on,
that happened,
hold on. Let me
continue, sorry.
hold up. Let me finish. Then we find out the lady who was running the Black Lives. She was the biggest, a part of the biggest LGBT. None of this shit was culture. You guys was pushing the LGBT, trying to turn everybody in the black community LGBT. That's like what you guys are trying to do to the fucking thing right now. To the Puerto Rican people. I'm acting like you guys care about them. Acting like you guys don't want them to get deported. Acting like you guys are gonna help them. No, the only way you guys are gonna keep them in your country unless they're gay. Just like when everybody come over here in Canada, that's how the Indians got in. That's how they come over here and they create their crime. You know what they say? The first thing they say is, "Oh, what's your status?" They say, "I'm trans." They say, I'm a female. I'm gay." That's how they get here. You ask. I keep telling you guys this. You ask any immigrant how they got here and how did they get in that country. They say, "Oh, they let me in because I said I was gay." Okay, so don't tell me nothing. The shit that this motherfucker is doing is not culture-wise. Is not for the Puerto Rican people. He's trying to make them. He's trying to turn the Puerto Rican culture like what they did with the Black Lives Matter when they had us thinking it was with us. They wasn't with us. You know what I mean? They was giving all the money. They 23 million fucking went back to the LGBT community, not to the dead people, and not to Kajinka's mom, not to nobody. You know what I mean? Not to what's his name?
Wait, I was
Not
gonna
to
ask you though,
not
bro.
to Trayvon
You
Martin.
did mention. I remember though when we talked about it though. You did tell me though about like how some like Indians and stuff like that though. You know, born ones over there, they come over to like where you're at, and they try and do the extortion thing.
My thing is though, it's like niggas, it's like people are they're so blind. They rather bash a female. Like niggas is I think it's weird that we have bloggers that would bash a female for twerking than a man that's telling you that that a girl in that you're gonna bash a female for twerking. But you're not but she never said, "Oh, lay me down, put it in me." You know what I mean? Put me in a doggy style and dig me down raw. She never said that. Only thing that she twerked. But motherfucker's gonna get up on you and say, "Oh, Nicki Minaj, you guys are talking about Bad Bunny." But Nicki Minaj, did she come and said, "Oh, I'm doing this"? Did she anything sexual? Dancing and talking is two different things. You fucking idiots. You guys are just looking for something to say. You have nothing to say. You guys are mad. You guys are supposed to be family wise, right? That's how I see why some of y'all niggas is single, bro. I see why some of y'all is single. But you guys don't want no woman. I keep telling y'all. Y'all are single for a reason. Y'all man and woman that's on here is single for a reason. You know what I mean? Because you guys want to go over here and do all that. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
guys
but I was just gonna say though, man.
are
l-
dirty.
you know what's also sad as well though, bro? I'm 24 and I'm more mature than these grown folks though.
Yes, a lot of these niggas talking about they don't need a woman. They're lying, yo. They're
I
lying.
know they're
They're
I
lying.
know
They're
they're
not
lying.
a
I
man, yo.
know they're lying though, bro. I
Like,
know they're lying though. They
just
projecting
like
though,
these
bro.
girls are going around talking about they don't want they're lying. Because if they wanted a man, they would have had a man a long time ago. They wanted a woman, they could have had a woman a long time ago. A lot of these men
I
don't want
know, but wait, bro. I was gonna say though, man. I already knew they were lying. Though. People who say that they're just
a lot of people
projecting, though, man. When men who say that, though, bro. When they say they don't need a female, they're lying, though, bro. They're just projecting, and they're mad, though. They're mad.
they don't want to admit it who they is, Riaz. That's why a lot of niggas that are sticking up, niggas that are saying Nicki Minaj is not allowed to twerk, and she's not saying, and then you're gonna allow a man to say, "Oh, all that weird ass stuff, all that sexual gay act stuff that he was preaching to people on stage." He's not supposed to
Right.
say it.
Can I also say this as
Nobody
well,
have
though,
a
bro?
problem with him being gay. Nobody have a problem with nobody, but it's when you go there. Nicki Minaj did not. Michael Jackson did not go on it. You know what I mean? It's different. It's different when what is this? Alberta, you know what I mean? It's different. It's different when you're there preaching it on stage. But they
Right,
wasn't
yeah,
preaching it.
right.
So
I was
if you
gonna
out
say
there
this
talking
though as
about
well,
Michael
though, bro.
Jackson, bro, anybody out there talking about Michael Jackson and Nicki Minaj twerking, you got no point. You got no point. You guys shouldn't even be blogging because it make no sense. Especially, I keep telling y'all like to crush black people and bring up Michael Jackson and say, "Oh, Michael Jackson." No, Michael Jackson was not doing shit. He was not at the Super Bowl. He was not in a whole bunch of kids. And when Michael Jackson went to Africa, he did not grab his nuts, if y'all noticed. When he went to Australia and he performed, he did not grab it. It's when he was over here in North America when he did that, in California and other places. He did not, and there is no kids there. What's the kids doing at a concert? Where does alcohol serve? Right? Am I lying?
Right.
There's no kids.
Wait, I was gonna say though, man. Let's say, for example, you know where I'm at. Though some people like to hate on D Block Europe when they do their shows. The D Block in Europe. There's all like the referencing the drug stuff, street stuff. Okay, then that's hypocritical of you to say that when you got, you know, what you just mentioned though about Bad Bunny referencing this and that and this and that.
Right.
So it's okay for him to do it, but not DBE.
Right. Exactly. Because he's telling you to go have, you should have sexual relation with men and all that. And he was talking about both in his language. He was talking about having sex with men and having sexual relation with women. That's why the NFL, this is why the Republicans are mad. But, the Democrats are not mad because Jay-Z did it. At the end of the day, when the Democrats get in trouble, what like they do? You know what I mean? When they get in trouble, they throw a Puerto Rican or a Mexican person and let them let them be the fall guy. That's like how Jay-Z gonna be the fall guy for this. He gonna be the fall guy for this. This is how Jay-Z gets put up. This is how. Watch what's gonna happen. Jay-Z won't be able to put on music for the Super Bowl next year because you know what? Nobody wants a 2 halftime show. I'm telling you, it's over for Jay-Z. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna be able to do none of this shit again. Oh hell no. Oh no.
Wait, but isn't it also like, you know, in Bad Bunny songs, doesn't he also reference street stuff as well? Like literally, you know, street stuff though, right? Like literally they get on, the artists that we like the one actually have references to street stuff that they get on them, but then basically it's okay for him to say stuff like that.
The man is a plant, bro.
No, I know.
The government
Even I'll be real with you. I don't even know him like that. I was just like, man, I don't care.
real talk. That's some weirdo shit. And you know the crazy thing? What I think the crazy thing is, you got a lot of motherfuckers, a lot of you guys that was talk shit. That what black people saying or rapping about. But y'all, none of y'all niggas that speak Spanish came out and said nothing about what Bad Bunny said. He even talked about it. But y'all quick to talk about niggas like keep telling y'all.
Mhm. Wait, basically though.
Y'all Spanish people and Puerto Rican people, whatever, y'all don't talk about your own kind. This is disgusting as fuck.
Basically though, Brad, I'll be real with you as well. You know what I do? Even I call out my own people though for what they do, you know? I literally call them out in here in UK and I also call them out over there back in Pakistan too. I literally call out one Pakistanis a lot though. I don't generalize though, you know what I mean though, Brad? But even I call them out though on certain behaviors. You know, look, I heard about stories though, like, my family, right? They talk about it with each other and I literally heard the stories and I'm like, nah man, I'm not trusting them for a reason. Cause look, I heard about the stories they do and everything like that. And I'm just like, look, everything I say here is the same thing I would say to them. I'll
Right.
say it straight to their face because that's what they think. And then some of them are gonna say I'm selling out or I'm abandoning them. How am I abandoning you when I actually genuinely care for you? At least be lucky I care for you. I'm very empathetic for what you're going through and actually care about your culture. I could have just abandoned them a long time ago and never actually acknowledged them at all. But they're lucky though for me that I actually care.
Right. Real for real.
Yeah,
Real
but
for
anyways, though, man, I heard about that performance, though, bruh,
Yeah,
and
that
I was just
performance,
like,
is that niggas thought they thought it was cool, yo. But like what Rice said, majority of people on that stage, like Ricky Martin, they got gay vibes. They was all up there doing gay shit. It was not
yeah, but the only difference is, though, bruh,
just like
people are
what we
gonna
got.
compare it to the Kendrick one, though, as well. But
It's
sorry,
the
though, bro.
same. It's the same pattern. They did
You
the
know,
same.
some people are gonna say, oh,
They're trying
like,
to use. They're trying to use the Republican people. Not remember, but my bad, not Republican people. Puerto Rican people, and use them as a Spanish gay symbol. This is what the Puerto Ricans are saying. Like you know what I mean? They don't want.
yeah, but there's also a difference, though. I'm gonna say this, though, bro. There's a major difference from the ones born in America and the ones born over there in their homeland, though. You know, there's a major difference between the both. You know, so I get you and what you're saying, no, bro. And also though, like on that performance, some people, some people even try to compare it to Kendrick one, but the difference is though, with Kendrick, at least he censored out though, what Kendrick literally censored out certain words though, and he literally creatively put in new words though, instead of like, basically saying stuff like that. And even in his performance though, he don't have references to like that.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Kendrick said, right. Thank you. Thank you. Kendrick censored certain things. Like, you know what I mean? Kendrick did not, you know what I mean? Kendrick couldn't speak in Spanish. He
Yeah,
couldn't.
but when he
You
actually
know,
when he performed "Not Like Us" though, and like certain lines in that song, and basically he censored it, but the crowd said it.
yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? And this dude was just saying everything he wants. Anything. I think that's disrespectful, to like, to the culture and to the game, to the sport. But
Yeah, but I was gonna say though, bro, like in his genre though, I'm sure like the OGs in Bad Bunny's genre though are like, nah, this is not what we basically, wanted. This is not what we want. This is not the spotlight we want though, bro. Literally, the OGs in that though are like, nah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, that's what they were saying, bro. They were saying the same thing. Like, it's not that we want. The only people that are praising this nigga is the only people that are happy about this is the LGBT people. They're the only one that are happy. They're more happy than the regular people that are, because they're not getting deported. I'm gonna tell you something. What they're not telling you is if you're gay and if you're homosexual, you're not getting deported. You're not. They're not telling you that. You're not getting deported. You're not.
However, I'm gonna say though, bro, like the OGs in the genre Bad Bunny does though. Literally, the OGs in that genre, like, nah, we don't claim him, bro. This is not the spotlight though. We want on our sound though. We didn't actually want that, bro. Literally, we've got nothing to do with him. You actually wonder why the OGs aren't saying much of anything though, or like they ain't congratulating him though, bro, because they literally don't want to actually say anything. Their stance is made.
They don't like this shit. I said the OGs don't like this shit. They don't like it. You know what I mean? But people pick who people handpick a lot of things. That's what I'm noticing. It's like everything's getting handpicked. Yeah, once you get handpicked and a certain people running the game, but these people need to get removed from this. I don't think he should go to jail. I don't think he should. Nothing should happen to him. I don't think he should get
I
black.
don't think he should be in jail though, but I feel like he should apologize. Or if he don't want to apologize, he should take all accountability for his actions though.
Right, right. That's how I met JD set him up, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, but that's his mistake to be honest though. What can I say?
Set him up, yeah. Let JD set him up.
Yeah, but happy for real though, bruh. That's his mistake.
Yeah, you ain't lying. You ain't lying at all. You ain't lying, Rita.
Wait, whether he was set up or not, he agreed to do that type thing. So anyways though, man. So that's just how it is though.
Yeah, it's true though. You should know better.
Anyways though, man. I'm just gonna hop down though, man.
I already, Riaz. I already got much respect. Much respect, guys. But yeah, man. I don't think, I agree. I agree with Roski. I don't think he should. I don't think he should. I don't think he should. Whatever. I think he should think. I think he should apologize about doing all that crazy stuff. That's it. You know what I mean? And yeah, because everybody else got to apologize when they do crazy shit. We real talk. Real shit though. We gotta hold on. Let me get this big ass thing off of here. Hold on, there we go. Yeah, we gotta everyone's gotta be get all accountable and get treated the same, like everybody else. You do something crazy, hey man, you gotta apologize. It's like everybody else gotta apologize when they say something. I think it's sad though that people would create something like this and then turn it into a distraction for everybody to talk about because that's what it did. You know, Jay-Z know this was gonna happen, and they know there was gonna be a distraction for them to do something else. So, you know, you made it this one over there, made him get up there and did all that. I mean, like it's crazy. As I said, dude here, you know, he gonna be hard for him. You know, that's what I'm saying. Being in politics and hanging with politicians, you know what I mean? Him, you know, Nicki Minaj, even though, you know, Nicki Minaj was selling by herself. Nicki Minaj was selling, you know, she didn't need nobody to help her do whatever. But yeah, y'all, being with the government, having friends, you know, having a government in your pocket, in your back pocket as somebody you has a lifeline or whatever could get you in some shit. You have people, you know, mad at you and want to beef with you every day and all that type of stuff. Yeah, that shit is insane, y'all. Insane. Really crazy, y'all. Yeah, but, man, crazy, y'all. They beefing over a halftime show. Tell me if somebody pay you. And I said, I think Jay-Z did this on purpose. He's the one that said it, like, Bad Bunny got to look at Jay-Z like, yo, you said this was okay. You're my boss. You know, you said this was okay. They're gonna make sure, you know, and that's one thing I know this man was gonna do, Trump. He was gonna go out of his way and to find out and get the translator and make people break down the song word to word, just to prove his point. You know, you always got to prove a point. But it's crazy, yeah. I mean, let's hope he's up. You know what I mean? Let's hope he's you know what I mean? Let's hope, because you know Trump already said you had kids around. They could do so much things. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? They could even put him on the deportation list. That's what I'm saying, or whatever. They can't deport him because Puerto Rico is a part of America. So I don't know how that's going to be. That would just be insane. But man, you know, it's not playing. Not playing. But I think so, though. I think if you're on here trying to push something in kids, in the schools too, I think that shit should cut out. Grown people shouldn't be in the schools, the daycares, doing gay sexual acts. Because they do a lot of that in the schools. A lot of that. You know what I mean? People that do some, like, you can't trust everybody because some people, they say, oh, they do weird stuff, they go hide underneath the community. But yeah, I am not going to sit here and, you know, give this dude no credit. It's a damn shame, bro. If he was up there saying all that stuff, even though I knew Rice already told us. Rice already told us what was going on. And for people not to say that, people are okay. People are okay. As I said, I'll make everybody babysit your kid. You can't have it, you know, have your kid playing with every neighbor. Because we see what's going on in today's era is people are okay with certain people, you know, doing certain things and preaching certain things to be our kids. You see what I'm saying? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, y'all. Shit's getting out of hand, man. As I said, just now, you know what I mean? We're gonna be hearing, you know what I mean, a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, you know what I mean? We go check out, we see they having sexual messages, you know what I mean, with other kids at their age. Like, whose fault is that? Not the mom's fault. not the daddy's fault. It's what the government is allowing people to put up. That's why I said we gotta watch for what people say they voting for and what they fighting for because they're not really using their head. You're not really using your head. I mean, when you push that type of stuff, you're also pushing, telling the other kids, okay, you know what? A 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, I can go around and talk sexual to the next kid. You know what I mean? But that kid could get in trouble. You know what I mean? You as a parent could get in trouble for that. Your kid doing all that. So is not safe at all. Not something that they should be practicing. I said people out here giving up false information. People out here dancing and celebrating and clapping their hands don't even know what the fuck they dancing. They don't know what the fuck they dance. You got people bringing up Michael Jackson with this man. Michael Jackson is not. Michael Jackson is nowhere. No, I don't give a fuck. Michael Jackson is not nowhere compared to this dude. You know what I'm saying? See what they said about Michael Jackson? They said Michael Jackson. Now, came out. When they get down deep, you know how Michael Jackson was doing? Michael Jackson was making, instead of, basically making a safer place for the kids to have fun. You know what I mean? But now when Michael Jackson was doing that, they made him look like he was Epstein. Well, you find out that shit was a lie, right? People get up like this. I say, people, gross ass people out here. Weird shit is going on. People are weird. But I watch myself, I watch myself around kids. I watch my kids around other people. Because if this is the type of stuff they like, you can't be around my shit. Real talk, That's why I said, that's when I was kind of like, all right, you really want niggas that are people that are doing certain things around your kid that are doing certain things. You know what I mean? That are getting up and, they go to go home. They who they is, or when they go in public, they somebody else, and they do it every time they see kids. They doing it. It's kind of weird. That's why I said a lot of I'm different from a lot of people. You know what I mean? Niggas, think about this, right? You gotta be. Niggas is weird, right? Who wears the two shit I thought was weird out here? Niggas giving credit for niggas wearing dress, wigs, and skirts, right? And then talking shit about gay people. That's what I was thought was weird. Niggas calling niggas gay, but they wearing skirts, wigs, and all that shit from the playroom. And then niggas calling niggas gay, but they wearing their daughter training bra. But they'll be the first one to say, "Oh, you're a fucking faggot," and all that shit. Weird, niggas. Y'all should look in the mirror. You know what I mean? Especially when you're the only nigga that done that on the platform and calling people gay. Real talk. Weird as shit. There's no way a grown-ass man is going to call the next man, "Oh, you the gayest person on here," when you put on a training bra, your daughter's training bra, or your girl's wig, skirt, all the other stuff. And then you're not tough. There's no way you're tough. If you got a nigga, I always say this, I'm like, you got a nigga on your platform like that, and niggas know. That's actually shout out to Gas. Shout out to Gas. I can't lie. That nigga Gas, real talk. Because I didn't have to, sometimes you don't gotta do anything. You know, niggas know. The real niggas know is a man is a man, bro. Real niggas know. It's like, yeah. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta expose niggas when they do it, especially when they're calling niggas gay and they're doing gangster shit. It's like, okay, you calling this nigga gay, but you're doing this over here. Good talk. Mm-hmm. Good shit. I said, that's what niggas like, though. I noticed that. Y'all like being around that type of niggas. Cross-dressed niggas. But you can't do that. You can't call a nigga gay and then you hang around niggas like that. That is unacceptable, I'm saying, real talk. You can't call somebody gay and then you're hanging around like that. Niggas that do gay shit. That do stuff. You know what I mean? Real talk. You can't do that. Stupid. My lighter. Just saying, y'all, that's kind of dumb. making fun of a next fat person. And then they turn on their camera and then they're like, oh my God, you're fat too? We're not doing all that. We're gonna call it down the line. We're not doing none of that. Weird shit. I mean, that's why I do where I am. Nobody could ever look at me and say, well, niggas gonna be like, yes, what you used to do, but guess what? I never condone. That's what I'm saying. I never said to no man, like, hey, go put on a skirt, go put on a wig. You know what I mean? I never condoned to that. Niggas just popped up with it, and then I see them doing it. You know what I mean? And then niggas was like, yo, niggas is weird. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. It's not, I mean, that's when, you know what I mean? Niggas became, sometimes you gotta let people turn themselves into clowns. You know what I mean? They could call you bro. They could make up all this shit. One thing you know, you pay your taxes, and you went to work, and you went to school for your education, and you're not just sitting on the internet worrying about people. Yeah, real shit. So if you don't have, y'all just sitting there doing all that crazy shit, you know what I mean? And still, niggas still like acting like, oh, you know what I mean? No. Real shit. That shit is weird as hell. Yeah. You can't do all that. You can't call somebody out for what they is because they're rainbow, and then you is doing that stuff, and you feel them every now and then you like to put on a wig or a dress, but you have a girlfriend. It doesn't mean anything. Or you just every now and then you want to just get up and put on your daughter's bra, and then put oranges in it. There's something wrong with you. You know what I mean? There's something wrong with you. Real talk, you know? There's something wrong with you. That's why I don't do. That's why I just chill already. I'm like that. If I'm in a party and niggas is doing that, I'm in the corner smoking my blunt, dog. Yeah, right? All that man too old, bro. You know what I mean? Exactly. Doing all that. Shout out to New York. New York, respect, bro. Big up yourself, McKellar. You know what I mean? Them niggas on the airplane, they're too old for that. Way too old for that, man. Come on, what we doing that? Anybody niggas for the airplane for a pillow fight? You know what I mean? We gonna follow niggas. We gonna follow around and look at the airline when niggas is checking them for a pillow fight just to say, hey, I got him on the airplane. Shout out to you though, my nigga. I already know much respect. Happy Wednesday. Yeah. That's why a lot of niggas don't like me on the internet because they got these type of things going on in their background. Now that they got these things going on in their family, I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? But you can't be coming gangster. You can't be coming on the internet acting gangster and calling people gay word and calling them the F and said you this and that. You can't do that. I'm sorry. That's not acceptable. Weird. It's like niggas try to make it look like. You know what they said? You hear what they said about Bad Bunny? Niggas just trying to make it look like, oh, Michael Jackson, because Michael Jackson did his whole nuts and dance. That is okay for Bad Bunny to do what he did at the Super Bowl, New York. Can you believe that shit, bro? Oh, there these motherfuckers, bro. And Black History Month. I keep telling you. Yo, bro, niggas will say anything. Niggas will say anything, dog. Telling you. I was kind of like, when I heard that, I was like, yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck, yeah. When do we like, what is we doing, bro? Why do we say stuff like that? Why do we say stuff like that? So, yeah, these niggas is just strange and crazy, but Bad Bunny's not Michael Jackson. He'll never be on Michael Jackson level. You know what I'm saying? Never ever. Never ever. Never be on dude's level. Y'all, that's what y'all like to do, hook up. Y'all, every time y'all have somebody going on, y'all trying to compare them. Y'all, man. Don't do that. Don't do all that. Weird as hell. Don't do all that. Y'all niggas don't want to fight for these females. Y'all watching these females get beat up and get bullied. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay for a gay man to bully straight woman. I swear to God, it's okay. And that's what's going on. All the gay men are attacking Nicki Minaj. And all the niggas that get symptoms are attacking Nicki Minaj. Crazy. Crazy. Never seen nothing like that in my life. I mean, I never seen nothing like that in my life. I'm just saying. People are okay with that. People are okay with getting females attacking by, as long as it's not a straight man, it's okay. I'm telling you, I gotta call it like what I see it, man. Them niggas too old, bro. I gotta call it like what I see it, people. Real talk. This shit's embarrassing and shameful. Shameful. I ain't gonna lie to you, it's shameful and embarrassing. This shit crazy. I just hope, that they can come to a conclusion, right? And did all whatever he done. But if he has to apologize, I want people to say, well, he has to apologize because everybody got to apologize for what they done. Everybody have done something that they got to apologize for. I mean, me personally, the word anyway, majority of people anyways, I don't know. But it's already, it's already said. Fuck. Apologies don't really mean nothing anyway. So leave that man alone and just that. All we got to do is just take the shit away from Jay-Z. That's it. And everything will be fine. Take the shit away from Jay-Z. That's all you got to do. All the shit they got to do. Bam. Telling y'all. I see y'all motherfuckers that had a lot of shit to share about Diddy. I can't wait to see some of y'all motherfuckers to bash y'all with this nigga right here. You know what I mean? This Ken looking ass nigga doing weird shit on the stage. Like, quiet about it. Nobody want to say nothing. That's what happened, yo. God made work mysterious. I said, it's cool. Everybody was okay with 50, yo, when he was doing a Diddy documentary and whatever. But now that he supports Trump, it's like, oh, he's doing too much. He's gotta get this. He's like, you guys been fooled. You guys been fooled, yo. You guys think the people gonna work with y'all. Everybody taking money to the work, especially 50. He gonna take money. You give him a job, you pay him, he gonna take it. He gonna take that money. It's crazy, but I guess, wow. So I guess 50 is the reason why Trump is not pardoning Diddy, because they seem like 50 Cent more cool with than Trump than Diddy is at this point right now. And certain things are distractions, because if he's with Diddy like that, then Trump like that, and 50 is now team Donald Trump. It's not looking good because you got 50 Cent on your side. You got Nicki Minaj on your side. God damn. God damn. That is powerhouse right there. I'm just saying. And people cannot say anything. You cannot say shit. Because when Jay-Z and Beyonce and all of that, you know what I mean? Was it Swiss Beats? I don't know if Swiss Beats was, and Alicia Keys was, but when they was hot and they was on top, they was fucking with the Democrat flock. So, people can't be mad. That's what I'm saying with black people. We got to stop acting like we're blind and we have amnesia. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What up with it, Negro? You know what I mean? What's up, broski? Do I have a link there? Do I have a link? Shout out to broski. I already know. He at work. I'm about to get off. I think he's about to get off in the next 20 minutes or so, something like that. But y'all. It is the game. So don't act like y'all have amnesia, y'all. Don't act like y'all ain't know what's going on. So it's just the time. It's just the time right now where everything is futuristic. Uh, Technology's up. You know, certain people. If you claim certain government, then your social media platform rise. You get more views or whatever. What else? Yeah, it's time. It's just time right now, and people are just mad. But you can't be mad, bro. Nobody. I'm always confused by what 50 Cent does, but whatever. You know what I mean? I'm confused. I swear to God, 50 Cent is a confused person. Even him, I think he's kind of weird too. He's kind of weird. He always just loves playing with man and all that. He loves playing with man too much, you know. Always trying to play with a man. He is always playing with niggas. Always. Always trying to niggas. Weird ass shit. Man like that. Man like that, Man, that's what you guys see. Maybe half of y'all, and maybe half of y'all admit, what y'all like. Because y'all like playing with so much man and, talking about man and, acting like females when y'all talking to men. Maybe if y'all admit that, you know what? Then, people will start pushing certain things and so, all right, they get the message. But yeah, I'm just saying. That's just something I had that I thought was funny inside. I have to say that. But yeah, these dudes like to play with man too much. Yeah, a whole bunch of men taking the airplane together, no females. Yeah, I mean, niggas walking around, niggas with no females. You taking the airplane together, y'all walking everywhere together, no females, no females. You know what I like about Biggie and Tupac? When they was traveling, I mean, they always had some females going with them. You know what I like about the old school music videos? There's more females dancing to the songs than males. And a whole bunch of niggas standing around. And you show one female. It's a part of being the music. Female is a big part of the music industry. It's a big part of the video. That's why all the girls want the Instagram model. And that's how they used to get their job of being a model, like being a music video. You get. But I think it's crazy how all that's going on. That's y'all problem, yo. Y'all niggas in love with niggas. Wow. Y'all need to admit that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Y'all need to admit that, yeah. And at this point, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Because if niggas know what this nigga is saying and ain't ever said nothing like like everybody else is saying, I like what other people's walking around and saying, like, he didn't need to say all that, most of that stuff. And you're like, what do you mean? And then they start breaking it down to you. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh, damn. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's crazy, yo. It's crazy. Like I said, we ain't going, I mean, this is the twist. We got stories, story that's gonna overpower these EP files. I don't want to say like these EP files. At this point, I don't want to say this guy name no more because nothing's going on. Nobody doing nothing about it. But that's what's really going on though. Is you know, it seems like every time we gonna have a story, just to cover up, and obviously it's crazy because if anything's happened to him, people gonna go outraged, and it's gonna be more. Nobody gonna care about the father. They gonna care about him. Um, if he gets threatened or deported or whatever, or locked up, that's when you're gonna see a protest. You already know who's gonna take over that protest. It's the same thing they did to us when we was protesting. They took it over and make it into their own thing. I mean, so when you start getting, uh, in trouble, and certain things. Like I said, I don't think nobody should go to jail. Apologize, yeah, whatever, and keep it moving, or just like you know, um, next time you do that song, you just gotta do it in English, and you gotta censor it. That's it. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to kick him out the country or whatever. That's it. You can't do it. If you do that, you're gonna have a bigger outrage than ever. Donald Trump kicks him out the country, threatening him in any way, he's gonna have a bigger outrage. A big, 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 big outrage. Big outrage. He can't do all that. He cannot do all that. Daniel, what's going on with it? What's going on with it? Happy. Yeah, I mean, what's going on with it? Happy Wednesday, sir. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Shout out to you, sir. I mean, he can't do that. He's gonna have an outrage. But you think them people are going crazy now? You think they went crazy in uh in um in Minnesota and everywhere else when they gonna go crazy if man, they going crazy if he gets threatened to get deported. They gonna can't you don't care about none of that. So this is crazy though. As I said, they're gonna replace Jay-Z because ain't nobody want two halftime shows. It don't make no sense. And you got to remember that's coming out of I don't know if that's coming out of a taxpayer's pocket or who that pocket's coming out of, or whoever pocket that is coming out of, but it's just going to look, like I said, I don't think Jay Z is going to be the guy to help with the show next year or whatever and do none of that. Doing way too much. Way, way too much. I don't think, I don't think so at all. I said it's going to be a distraction though. And if this goes into where I think it's going to, it's going to be like, all right, it's going to be tracks. And then it's going to be like people going to be protesting. And I'm telling you, going to be more people protesting about him, what he said and going back. And like I said, I just thought it was crazy that, more people are not protesting the Epstein file. And I think there should be more people out there beside the females. But whatever. I said, this is going to go away, and we're going to bring up stories like Bad Bunny and everybody else, and just bring more stuff up. Bad Bunny shit is not really important. I Epstein shit, to be honest. It's not a case where somebody should go to jail or investigate or throw them out of the country. I'm just saying, yeah, that's it. But they're gonna do this. They're gonna have more stories, and they're gonna, ride that bunny out, and try to make everybody forget about this real thing that's going on both sides. Because they're both in it. They both in it. They both in it. You know, Bill, Trump, they both in it. And whatever. So, yeah, that's how they're gonna do. They're gonna just continue and continue and continue and continue until they get rid of, until it goes away. It's honestly, it looks like it's going away. Doesn't look like it's going away, y'all. Think about this. Y'all saying the F2 is not going away, it's going away. I'm talking about a half point. That's what we talked about. We're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about other people in halftime show performing, which is right now looks like fight back and forth. And it looks like to me that I'm trying to use this fight right here. If this goes down, like if they wanted us to go down, it's gonna be like okay, it goes down, it's gonna be a big opportunity to use everybody to forget about the power. So now, you know, use this, you don't see people protest. That's what it is. It's both sides. Both sides are playing. Because both sides are playing the game. If anything goes on, they could be like, well, that's Jay-Z fault. They never had nothing to do with it. They never put the music to it. So this is like this. That's one thing going on in the investigation where they, they're doing too much. Hit him with, and they can't hit him with, pedophile thing because if they do, or PDF, they do, then what about everybody else that's in the top? You know what I'm saying? So they both. People saying, oh, Democrat, Republican, they act like they're not choosing sides, and they choose sides, they already know if they one side is arguing, they already know who they with. Okay, good. Hold on. Yeah, but man, for real though, y'all. Hold on, let me get it. All right, y'all. Shit, my bad. But yeah, you can't really charge you with no PDF stuff. And that's what they look like they want to do. Doing stuff in front of kids and all that stuff. That's what they want to charge you for. The investigations gonna go. That's gonna lead to a hawking. People's gonna be like, we want to see the Epstein file and all that stuff. It's gonna be crazy. Like I said, a lot of stuff is like distraction. People get distracted and talking about not knowing, talking about the wrong thing, not knowing that both sides, they gotta do something like this. They gotta be on, good guy, bad guy. Or good guy, bad guy, good guy, bad guy. I know that they good guy. I know it's such thing. I like to say good guy, bad guy. But man, I'm saying people gotta watch. You know? Both government can set this up and have the people outraging because they both in the farm. You know? Both Republicans and Democrats is in the farm. So they could use this dude right here as somebody to just like, you know, use him as like talk about him. And then if there's a protest, there'll be some type of outrage. Just think about how much. Think about if Trump says tomorrow, all right. The Republican says tomorrow, all right. You know what? We're going to deport this man for sexual act, whatever. You know what outrage is? The outrage. You know much. You know what I mean? All over here, anywhere, there'll be a whole bunch of protests. America, Canada, UK, it will be a whole bunch of protests. You know what I mean? And then yeah, you're gonna be mad at them because then they're gonna ask, well, if he's getting deported, this is what they're gonna say. If he's getting deported and he's getting charged for that, why do we have a man that's in the files? You know, so it's going. As I said, he best not try threaten this man to deport, even though it was kind of wrong for him. It was wrong, not kind of wrong for him to be up there talking in his language and talking all that sexual stuff at a family kid event, you know, kids event. So, but you know, it's gonna be an outrage if they ever try to bring him. Then you can see, you know what I mean, what everybody's talking about because you should have that outrage for the other people. You should have that thing. You should have that if it happened and they, you know, have the protest like what they did, and you know they should have the same. You know, when people are getting deported, that's why I said people got to watch. Some of these people, they're not using our culture to say, oh yeah, they believe in what we believe. You know what I mean? That's why they don't like the Muslims because you can't fool them. You know. They're not gonna let you trick them. The minute they can't do that, they take them out. You know what I mean? They can't use them to get rid of them. See what they're trying to do? It's crazy what they're trying to do. It's insane. Insane. That is what's going on, man. And what them people are doing. No. How about you? Hold on. I said, not doing all that. Not doing that for you. You could people always see family think they think that because you know you relate to them, they can get you to do a certain thing. But yeah, you know, if this goes down like it does now, you don't see it. It's gonna be they're not gonna be the same the energy like when they were together. People are just talking and they do it. You know what I mean? But we don't see way more people in this program. They have this belief get deported in on type of way. Or even get killed. That's when they're really gonna make sure they come out to go down. Real talk. and they're really gonna make you go black. Trump gets sunset. Oh, that money we're deporting you because you did the whole thing. And then people gonna say, well, this is out off the stage. Well, damn. It's okay, we have a problem with the girls. You know what they show? Everybody, everybody dance at their show. Everybody do their little thing. Every girl. And that's what females do. What we gonna tell a female next? They can't wear a booty shirt? You know what I mean? I wonder, that's why when I listen to some of y'all man talk, man, that so-called supposed to be single to these motherfuckers. It's weird, undercover weird. Man, you put the whole show. Even a billionaire girl, what's her name? Taylor Swift. When she came down here in Canada and she had her show on, she had a booty shot on. I say nothing. I said, you man, like think y'all could tell females what to do. That's what's wrong with some of y'all. You know what I mean? Real shit. Y'all men, I know this guy. Y'all worse than the females, Y'all got a problem with what the girls are wearing. They show up their performance. I think that's very crazy. For somebody to say, well, we can't talk about Bad Bunny because Nicki Minaj and Cardi, they're female. Is a female not supposed to wear dress like that in her performance? Is she not supposed to wear boots? Like, are we gonna say, okay, well, Cardi B not supposed to dress? Like, no, that's what they do. Music's always been like that. You know what I mean? Janet Jackson, everybody Mariah Carey, what's her name? Was it Pamela Anderson? What's it again? Madonna? What are you talking about? That's what made them who they was. How the fuck you gonna sit here in 2026 and say, Bad Bunny, Nicki Minaj, you can't say that about him. He was being sexual because Nicki Minaj twerks on stage and she don't like you guys are fucking. I said, only man. I don't hear no female talking. Only man. I'm exposing myself. I'm sitting on the platform fighting, arguing. You know what I mean? You can't have a point of view. You can't win a fight when if the person you can't bring a female up. You can't you can. Yo, it's crazy, yo. You can't go to a strip club and define what a female does because that's what the club owner, you know what I mean? That's what, you know what I mean? Females who don't dance, who don't look sexy or have a sex symbol for their music or for their record, it's not gonna happen. But your most toppest icon and best female music artist, once again, Madonna, Mariah Carey, for me, who they say, Taylor Swift, Nicki Minaj, Beyonce, Rihanna. Let's leave it as that. All had some sex symbol. And for you as a male to be judging a woman when she performed and said, well, if a woman do it, a man can't. If a man can't do it, a woman can. What the bomber class? That's one. This is what 2026 is. We want to do well, when the men are doing what the women are doing now, it's a, and they're not supposed to do it like that. We're going to bring up the old stuff that they were doing. Motherfuckers need to pay attention to some of these men. Ask yourself. Like, you know what I mean? Ask yourself, what's going on with some of these men? Well, once again, I see why some of y'all are single. I see why y'all have no girlfriends. You see what I'm saying? Girl, I'm start touching y'all, start grabbing y'all up, y'all gonna tell somebody. Y'all gonna tell somebody. Yeah, you guys gonna know what? Y'all gonna tell somebody. The girl start touching y'all up, I will tell the news and sue her. The girl got me enough, y'all gonna you gotta leave certain things to the woman alone, You know what I mean? If you're single, you know what I mean? And you're trying to mingle, and you got a woman place and she does that to you, it shouldn't be an issue. A lot of y'all got problems with females I know y'all do. Y'all can hear it. All y'all talk. On y'all platform. I got a problem with females. You can't. I was. It's not something I don't comment on some of y'all. Because I don't know y'all said that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't want to be the main, topic. Because I don't want to make nobody think I'm trying to change this shit into me. But I laugh when I hear a man say, "Oh well, we shouldn't be mad at Bad Bunny for what he did with all his gay sexual act and all the stuff that he was talking about what he want to do with next man and woman. But we should have a problem when Nicki Minaj and everybody else and Cardi B is dancing. That's what a woman is supposed to do. A woman come out how they want to come out, how they feel comfortable on their show. If they want to come out in underwear, they come out in the underwear. If they want to come out in a booty shorts, they come out in a booty shorts, but not at the Super Bowl. So that's like when you guys trying to bring that dumbass argument up, it's stupid. And then to bring Michael Jackson. Oh, Michael Jackson was grabbing his nuts too. Nigga, everybody was grabbing their nuts back then. What are you talking about? What y'all talking about? Everybody was grabbing their shit. You know what I mean? MC Hammer was grabbing his shit. You know what I mean? Come on. Y'all, it's crazy, yo. Michael Jackson, MC Hammer was grabbing his shit too. From when I see his old video, some of the stuff. You know what I mean? Casey and Jodeci. You know what I mean? All at the appropriate time, not in front of kids, but in front of adults and people watching their show. You know what I mean? Not at the Super Bowl. It was not at the Super Bowl. I mean, we got a problem. You see what I'm saying? I tell you, at this point, some of y'all are just mad for no reason. I mean, we got people paying Chris Brown. To give him free lap dance and take pictures with females. Let me say that. And people mad at that. You can't, there's no way in hell a man, you should be up there listening to a man telling you, the next man telling you, right? Not a woman. Because even the lesbian women, they like when a female come up looking good. You know what I mean? They want to look at them from ass too. So, when you was a man, right? Talking all that dumb shit about, Nicki Minaj was up there and she was doing all that. And you see what I'm saying? No one say nothing. Where was Nicki Minaj? When did Nicki Minaj come to the Super Bowl and twerk? Right? I mean, the only person I seen twerking at the 30-yard line was Cardi B. Cardi B walked up to the 30-yard line, and then she twerked, and then she walked up. That was it. What's her? You know what I mean? Like, come on, yo. That was it. They ain't never gonna bring her out. She ain't never coming back to it. That was it for her. And she knew it too. That's why she was doing all that reckless shit. They ain't never gonna invite her ratchet ass back again. No. We ratchet shit's going on, yo. Some ratchet shit's going on. Ratchet shit. Come on, yo. We gotta know when kids is watching the truth, you know. We can't mix. Don't ever. I don't want to hear no man. You know what I mean? That's why I said a lot of y'all said y'all is not. You know what I mean? That's something. If you're not a gay man and you're gonna say, well, a woman, if Bad Bunny can't do that and talk on the sexual and grab his nuts, then Cardi B shouldn't dance like this. Nicki Minaj shouldn't do that. Huh? What the fuck? And then you're not gay? It makes no sense. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. It makes no sense, yo. How do y'all don't even know what y'all are listening to. Yeah. All right, y'all. Yeah. Y'all make no sense when y'all talk, yo. Y'all make no sense when y'all talk. Can't. I can't beat Cardi B, yo. Not Cardi B, Cardi B too. Y'all can't do nothing to her. If Cardi B would have been up there, nobody would have been talking right now. Nobody would have said nothing. You know what I mean? And I know Cardi B wouldn't have been twerking. That's what I'm saying. But Cardi B don't have a song that is a Super Bowl song. That's what I'm saying. That song is not a Super Bowl song that Bad Bunny did. Once again, the men them are out there, not females. The men them that are complaining that a woman shouldn't be dancing or doing something. You know what I mean? Even a girl that's doing a country music dance. and she comes out in something. Even her, she's wearing a, her little booty shorts and showing her not her coochie, but you know what I mean. A woman is supposed to feel how they, how they feel. You see what I'm saying? They're supposed to feel how they want to feel. You know what I mean? If that is their show, then all eyes are supposed to be on them. You know what I mean? They is the entertainer. You see what I'm saying? So to the man them that are out there, yeah, you got to check yourself. You got to ask your friends, what type of male friend do I have when he's trying to tell me I should I should watch a man, I should have a problem and bring up something. We can't bring up what Nicki Minaj and Cardi B and Beyonce and Rihanna was doing back in the day. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody came to the Super Bowl. Rihanna was not dancing at the Super Bowl. She was pregnant. And a lot of people thought she shouldn't be at the Super Bowl because she was pregnant and she had a baby in her stomach, and then that could have been dangerous. Accident could have happened. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of people got mad at Trump for saying that. You know what I mean? I wasn't mad. That's the truth. You know what I mean? Don't do that. But, you can't tell a woman, we can't say, oh, if somebody wasn't twerking at the Super Bowl, we can't bring up what they did in Los Angeles or something what they did, some show that they did in New York. You know what I mean? It's crazy. That's stupid. That's no point. You know what I mean? That's no point. You just find a point, you have no point. I'm sorry. No point. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna listen to no other man tell me, right, that a female shouldn't be dancing. You know what I mean? And a female shouldn't be dancing and getting, you know what I mean? She's not a stripper. She's not doing stripper moves. She's dancing, enjoying herself through her own songs and her hit. You see what I'm saying? So, if you a man, you're trying to tell the female in the rap game, or in the R&B game, or in the rock star, or pop, or country music, because they all dance too, that they should, as a female, you know what I mean, entertain their crowd. They're female fans, because majority, you know what I mean, but there's more female fans at a woman concert now. You know what I mean? That's it. It doesn't mean that that's what female is. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that they're going around sleeping with the all because they look like that. Because they got, walking around in a something short or whatever, they sleep with all these, it doesn't mean like that. So if you're a man and you're out there once again, telling females that, people shouldn't feel bad about, people shouldn't be on bad money because this person did that. That's not an argument. That's a stupid ass argument. And if you're gonna get angry because somebody questions you and asks you about that, and you're gonna get angry. You should be stupid. You should feel dumb. You can't argue with that. You know what I'm saying? You can't argue with that. You can't argue with that. That's crazy. That's how a lot of y'all get y'all women taken away from us. Yo, I'm tell you, y'all don't want the woman to be that. It's crazy. When I hear people making SQ, you can't, and then you say, oh, I'm not gay. You can't make SQ, you can't say that. You can't say, oh, well, I'm not gay, but that person up there, what they doing up there, she could get up there and twerk at her show. And every female twerk at this show. Every female, the upcoming, every one of them do a little dance. As I said, what's her name? Taylor Swift was over here. She was getting down. You know what I mean? And she had all them girls up in their 40, 45s wearing booty shorts. It's a sold off show. You know what I mean? Straight people, and they was all, nobody saying, oh, she should not be doing that. You know what I mean? Some of y'all talk too much. And y'all are black. I keep telling y'all black men, y'all talk too much. And some of y'all are just weird. Y'all weird, Y'all weird. Y'all have no point. Y'all weird. Y'all weird. Can't argue with a female. Said, oh, she was up there dancing. This guy here. No. The stage is set different. All about where the stage was. You know what I mean? This Super Bowl, nothing gets done like that. You know what I mean? think Super Bowl, nothing happened like that where people are doing these type of crazy stuff, dancing with each other, grinding on each other. We act like we ain't never seen that. When's the last time we seen people grinding on each other in the Super Bowl? Come on, y'all. Come on. You know what I'm saying? We gotta call it out on both sides. The sexual act where you're talking about doing when you have other kids there listening to it in Spanish. You know what I'm saying? You have just because our kids can't understand it, and everybody else is trying to think it's crazy. So now you see why people are saying, or because they believe that it's certain things that they're getting bullied. So y'all about quarterback Nick. You know what I mean? He's still, trying to fight for his Christian belief or whatever. I think it's crazy. A lot of crazy stuff is going on. But yeah, people. You can't have people out there doing that. You can't say that. There's no way you should be a man saying, oh, trying to compare the next man. What a girl did 5 years ago, something that because somebody knows the person, because somebody knows the person that has beef with the person, you're going to bring them up. That is so stupid. That is so dumb. I'm sorry. That's the most. That is so crazy. So yeah, that's not. Females, they got no right. They gonna lock. That's not they doing certain things. That's not they want to lock them up because they're walking around too. You know what I mean? In booty shirts. I'm telling you, they gonna lock them up. You know what I mean? Or call them names. As I said, if a girl goes around right now and get drunk, she's single, and she trying to get with somebody else and trying to go home with that person. Oh, they gonna say that this girl out here doing too much. Yeah, it doesn't make her go viral for the wrong thing. Shit is crazy. Shit is crazy. But yeah, that's what they out here telling people, y'all. I'm dead serious. People are saying that Bad Bunny shouldn't get in trouble or shouldn't be investigated because shouldn't get investigated because females Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, and everybody else was working on stage. Like Beyonce was not working on stage. You know what I mean? Everybody was working on stage. All the females. That's what they do. They song everything. I guess if you're going to if you're promoting the the relationship where it's too one sided and that people are not involved, it's a problem on both sides. I don't think people should have nothing, be mad at what the gay people want. I mean, that's all I'm saying. And they don't try to get you, force it on you or whatever. They're good. They can do whatever they want. So I'm trying to make me feel comfortable. You know what I mean? That's it. I'm trying to make nobody feel comfortable. That's how the world should be. We fight over stupidness. Stupid. We fight over stupidness all the time, man. All the time, which is dumb. Super stupid. I ain't get it. I ain't get it. I do not understand. Well, Bunny gets in trouble like that, it's going to be a massive protest. Massive.
Gene, what are you doing? Gene, you come up here?
Massive protest.
I just want to sit. She's not so wander.
Massive
Lost.
Massive protest.
Gene, what's your problem? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Massive protest.
What's wrong? Speak. There's no burger. No, you're not getting popsicle. You had too much stuff to do. You're gonna eat your dinner. That's it. Excuse me. You're gonna throw it away? Okay. Then you're gonna be hungry, not me. Come on. Look, you got your dad's places. You wanted it sooner than you got it.
Yeah. Crazy out here, people. Don't tell nobody who you're voting for. Why do you believe it? Don't tell nobody your religion. Stop telling people who y'all voting for. People know who they're not going to be your friends. They're not going to keep it real. They're going to be mad at you because you made a choice. I think this shit comes from a long time ago. Crazy. This shit come from a long time ago, y'all. Everybody was gonna act like this. Like, like the people from around them that live in their country, the enemy could. That's brainwash. That's brainwash. You can't say, oh, people that don't live here don't understand. You can't say that. Because other people go through worse in Christ system, worse in pain. And they come in North America that goes through worse is starvation, worse is certain things. Why is everybody fighting against each other because over one man or two parties? Doesn't make no sense. Yeah, and then some of it is like the citizens' fault because they don't want to vote for nobody that no one's fighting that they want to vote for the people that are in the drama. You know what I mean? So y'all can't say, oh, the government's ruining our country. No, y'all the ones that voted for the people that was going to give y'all the best ratings and more views because they didn't drama. Right? What's up? In the drama. Be honest. Nobody voted for someone because, vote for them people that was going to come in. And then they have some drama. Y'all know Trump was going to be coming on this bullshit. People that need to look at themselves. I tell people out here over here, and they're like, oh, Trump is going to ruin, he's ruining America, and he's going to ruin. They say, oh, Trump is going to ruin America, and he's going to ruin Canada too. I'm something like, Trump is not the president of Canada. You know what I mean? Unless we are the 51st state, then they shut up. They shut up. Then why are you not playing again?
He hasn't even played the game since.
I think that's kind of insane. I think it's insane.
Try to go play your game, your basketball. It would not work.
Yeah. Not about internet.
No, but she wanted the robot thing, so.
Crazy, people are really crazy. When as I said, there's a lot of crazy people out here. They're fighting against females. It's like they want to put up a whole rule against females. Female can't do this. Female can't do that. You can't blame. You can't bring Nicki Minaj up every time Donald Trump does That's just the easy way up. Y'all are looking for the easy way up. And y'all drink. You know what I mean? When y'all bring Nicki Minaj up every time Donald Trump and try to like, you know, you can't do that. You can't. Every time Donald Trump does something bad, don't bring it up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because every time Jay-Z does something, nobody blames it on no other government. You know what I mean? So, you guys are sad. Y'all black right out here, y'all are sad, bro. I was sad. It's like ladies can't be at their show turning up, enjoying their album, and, you know, being them and having their girls being them. Oh, y'all are crazy. Man, like, I listen to y'all song. Crazy. Y'all listen to y'all songs when y'all talk. Damn. And y'all wonder why the clubs is so fucked up. Nobody want to go to the club because y'all are out here preaching about, y'all are saying, you know, the girls are twerking too much. They're dancing too much. They're supposed to do that. That's their show. Weirdos. Fucking dumb. Crazy. What? Crazy. We're going to say that we're going to have no more female artists. It's like we all on this side. I mean, I'm AI. Y'all want this? I'm AI. That's it. I fake AI. Let the AI do the dance. That's what I'm saying. And people get mad because here's the thing, right? The show, right, is reaching the YouTube guideline. Because remember, in YouTube, a music video, a regular music video, you can't grind up on a female no more. That's why even in the reggaeton or reggae videos, you don't see girls grinding up and drunken up niggas like what they used to in those old ass, you know, music Jamaican videos. Or either, you know, reggae videos, because you know why you're not allowed to do that? That's against the YouTube guideline. If you get on the camera and start, you know, having your girl giving you a lap dance, she grinding up, they could get you for that, for sexual, you know what I mean? So, you know, when you're doing that at a show, and you're talking like, hey, you know what I mean? Go ahead and show that, you know, that's why nobody plays that part, because they know that's against the guidelines. You're going to get banned. You're going to get banned from YouTube. So people acting like, you know, Republicans are not saying, I'm just laying on all the facts for people so they can understand. People are saying, the Republicans are mad and that. No, they're not. Because in the YouTube guideline, you can't even come on your wife and she grind up on you. So when you're grinding up, you have a whole bunch of women and, you know, everybody else grinding up. You know, the woman and the man is doing the dance. They're doing the cha-cha. And then the girls are grinding up. One girl is twerking on the next girl. The next girl is twerking on the next girl. Sexual act. Very sexual act. You know what I mean? And that, you can't do that on YouTube. You man or female. You can't. That's why you always see the girls dancing by themselves. You know what I mean? Now before, back, you used to see somebody dancing with the female. This is why niggas don't go to the clubs no more, because they used to go out to dance with a female. You go dance with a female, or a female dance with you, or grind on you, she look like a hoe. Oh yeah, she gonna go viral. They gonna talk about her. They gonna make her look bad. Yeah, they gonna make a nigga look bad for trying to pick up a girl and look at her too hard, or stare too hard. Yeah, that's why these girls, they can't. That's why they be dressing. That's why they be dressing extra naked. They be like, they won't talk to you. These men won't talk. But they be walking on, you know what I mean? Real shit. Doesn't mean it doesn't matter. You guys are not giving them, but you know, when you're telling a female, she can't do all that. That's why the club scene. That's why niggas don't go to the club. But that type of shit. You got niggas saying, a girl twerk too much and a girl do too much. Man, shut up. A lot of y'all niggas be OG niggas too. Y'all had your own time. Y'all had in your days when you was going to the club and girl was grinding up on you, it was fine, right? Man, let these young people and be them and happen. As long as you're not there trying to be up in their business and watch them as a grown man, you should be fine. When that nigga talking about, and when Nicki Minaj was doing all that extra stuff, when Beyonce and Cardi B, they could have loved it. And Madonna, you know what I mean, dancing, you know. You know how Madonna redeemed herself? Is when she kissed, I forgot who she kissed. She kissed a female because you guys was mad at her because she was always grinding up on men, dancing on men. You know what I mean? Just, you know what I mean? So now that's how she redeemed herself. And that was when Madonna was like 60. Oh my God! Because you guys never liked her because she was chasing Tupac and she was chasing everybody else. You guys never liked that. You guys are always mad at something. You guys are always mad at something. You guys are always mad at something. Niggas, man, if you're out there think a woman can't twerk at a show and she's the Nicki Minaj or whatever, don't compare Nicki Minaj, no you ever in your life, compare a Nicki Minaj show with a Bad Bunny show. You know what I mean? Or what they was doing at the Super Bowl. Cause that's crazy. This is 2026. What they was doing back in the day, that's what they was doing. You know what I mean? Where back then you could have danced on a woman on YouTube. You could grind up. No, you can't. You cannot grind up on a woman in your home in a video. You're gonna get banned. That's why I majority of my videos they're on private when I was doing that back in the day, me and my female on YouTube. But they tell you that's against the guidelines. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. The girl rubbing up herself, you know what I mean? Touching her titties and doing all that stuff. Yeah, it's sexual act. You could get in trouble for that. You could lose your page on YouTube. So I don't want to hear nobody bringing up nothing what Nicki Minaj did back then, or Cardi B or Beyonce did back then in their days to this shit. Because it makes no sense. We're in a different era. It makes no sense. You know what I mean? The people really need to just stop talking and just stop being so stupid. They just want to be up there to be the one to be like, oh, they want to cook. They want to cook, but they can't really cook. They don't know the fucking recipe. You gotta know the recipe when you cook. What's up? Y'all want to be on here to come on here to be the first person to cook somebody, but don't know what y'all are cooking. Real shit. Don't know the fucking recipe. You can't do all that. We're in a time right now, as I said, you're a YouTuber, grab your wife and have your wife or your girlfriend give you a lap dance and see what happens. They're gonna take your channel. So when you have a whole bunch of females twerking on each other, and grinding on each other, and they can't monetize it because they like to make money off everything. They're gonna be mad because it's against the guidelines. If it wasn't against the guidelines, then YouTube wouldn't have stopped that video from being monetized for that part. So we all act like we're not on the platform, like we don't know the rules. That's why they mad. You know what I mean? That's why they mad. So we can't. That's why women can't twerk no more. You can't have. You don't see women even dancing with each other like what they used to, working on each other, slapping each other's ass like what they used to in videos. Because it's against the guidelines. They can't do that. So when you're saying, oh, well, Nicki Minaj was doing this back then, Cardi B was doing this, 50 Cent, what? Y'all wasn't talking about 50 Cent being a pimp or saying because he's Donald Trump and he said he supports Donald Trump. Now he sings PIMP and that's not a good song. That's a pimp song. But he wasn't a pimp when he was releasing the documentary. Oh, no, fuck off. Yeah, you gotta know what you're doing to stop. You gotta know what the shit, bro. Stop saying you guys are not with the shit when you're with the shit. You're with the shit. You guys call up Bill Clinton. You guys call up, but as you can see how I do it, I go hard on both sides. When you don't go hard, when you're saying you're cooking and you're going hard on both, you're not going on both sides, your main target, your hardest hit is on, you know what I mean? You hit softer. Like some people say, oh, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, but They hit harder on the Republicans than they do when they're talking about Democrats. That makes no fucking sense. You're supposed to hit both of them hard. That's like what I just did. On both sides, I show y'all. I never slowed down at nobody. Let me know I correct it. You know what I mean? Crazy. As I said, I check Canadians all the time. On both sides, on the Democrat side and Trump. When they say, "Oh, Trump is going to ruin it," Trump is like, well, I said, "What? How is Trump going to ruin our government and ruin our country like we do America?" You know what I mean? Nobody told us about Ryan Wedding. Nobody wanted to get Ryan Wedding besides Trump. Trump came in and told us, "Hey, man, Canada, y'all know what's going on. Y'all bringing drugs from back and forth to the country. Y'all don't want to stop these people. Y'all need to step up your security." Right? And everybody went and got, and then started putting up photos of Ryan Wedding when they got him. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm with the police, but I'm just saying the man has points. You see what I'm saying? It's just people are getting paid to look the other way. And they're mad because their back messing up. That's it. Everybody likes corruption. Because when there's corruption, you make money. Everybody likes corruption. People like stop acting like they don't like corruption. Everybody like both sides like corruption. They both like corruption. You know what I mean? Real talk. And it just seems like the people are just in love with the corruption. Because both sides is corrupt. Think about it. If we're gonna sit here and even call out Nicki Minaj, I don't know what, why you guys should stop when Trump do something wrong, stop calling out Nicki Minaj. She's not in the Epstein file. She didn't analyze nobody, she didn't do nothing to nobody. Call the people out, they're like Trump, whoever, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, whoever, allegedly, what they said about Bill Gates and his wife. That Bill Gates, that's him cheating on his wife. I don't think he was doing anything that pedophile, PDF. Unless I didn't see that part. But that, to me, what Bill Gates did, my shit was just him being a cheater. That's it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to cover up. That's it. I don't think Bill Gates was, but if, here we are now. Man, a woman will come out and say, well, here's one thing that I know what's going on. A woman will come out and say, well, a woman should get in trouble as a man, as she cheated on a woman, you know what I mean? But people really, really why Bill Gates is in there because he cheated. That's not even a crime. When you cheat, that's not a crime. You're just a liar and you can't be trusted. There's two different things. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. So that's not a crime. So people trying to make that into a law, it's stupid. If you're not real and you're not solid, and you're not, you know what I mean? You're gonna say, all right, you know what? I'm gonna take this girl to my wife and I'm gonna send this girl into my DM and then, you know what I mean? I'm gonna build with her. If you make that choice, and then you go back on it, and if you're a female, that's it. And that's on you. You made that mistake. You see what I'm saying? That's nobody else. Doesn't mean that, hey, you should stop, want to build a family and build with somebody else. You just got to do it, But it seems like when certain things happen with the cheating, with everybody, on all levels, it's a crime. It's not a crime. Because if it's not a crime for a female, it shouldn't be a crime for a man. It should just be that you can't be trusted. That's it. And making it more like cheating into a crime than these people, like, I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Nicki Minaj, you can't breathe. Nicki Minaj up every time Donald Trump does something wrong. You can't talk about it. Every time Trump does something wrong, or Mega does something wrong. I just go in the one, that's saying, all right. You know what I mean? Somebody says something at a party that's good, we go say to the one, the two black girls that's there. I have a good education, I go to the, the good school and say, well, you're here. You should be here because they said that. not their fault that people want to be racist instead of all that being that way. You know what I'm saying? You can't do all that. You can't do all that, bro. That's stupid to me. That is so dumb. Really, really stupid. I just came here, you know, I'm doing all this shit. Maybe some fried chicken. Fried chicken, veggies, and steamed rice. You know, and like very funny, simple shit. And nothing too, you know, and nothing too fancy. But yeah. Can't have people. That's what it seems like to me. A lot of people got a lot of problems with females and everything. Females can't do it. They get called out. They get looked at stuff and they get, you know. I mean, that's what I tell my son all the time. Like, yo, you gotta get ready for the shit to get over. Put these people in their place. It seems like they doesn't want to be on women. You know, they just don't like females no more. You know what I mean? They like to go hard on females. Like, if you are a doctor, a lawyer, right, as a female, you know, a rapper, and a basketball player, and you go start your career, and the person that you're, you know, you find out the company that you're signed to is signed to this government that your family and somebody don't like. That's not, you know what I mean? That's not your fault. You're just facing your dreams, and then you see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But you know, I had a career before you know, lead up to the whole Trump regime. I'm just saying, like, it shouldn't be, everything shouldn't be on him. Everything should be on him. Like, yeah, I never seen so much black man. It's like, they was cool with her, and they, you know what I mean? But they just, it looks sad. It looks sad, man. It looks sad. It looks sad, yeah. Sad. This is why we're divided. Everywhere in North America, we're divided. And people need to admit it. If you don't swing certain way, you don't believe in certain things, they might not want to give you a job. That's the crazy part. People need to start admitting that. You know what I'm saying? Act like, oh, that's not true. No. The reason why, as I said, the reason why there's so much people in the country, they'll tell you straight up. When you get in the country, I said, I was gay and they let me in. I said, I was bisexual and they let me in. I never tell you this. And, you know, some of you guys are be so busy being racist. You know what I mean? Then I will find out. Some of these people, they straight up, man. I ain't. That's how they got in. Or, you know, they got in as, what's the next how they got in again? As being like, you know, as white. With your status, instead of being Earth, you come in as white. You're Earth. Yes, you was Earth. Your family knows you was Earth, but you know, when you came in, you come in as white. So, go again. That's the next topic for the next day. But people can't be mad at certain people for what they do, yeah, and how they make their choice. I say, oh, well, a girl shouldn't be doing this on stage if a man can't do this or he's driving it. It's like, huh? That is insane. That is That is insane to me to say that. I don't know why. That is crazy, crazy insane. That is crazy insane, y'all. Wonder what's next. Where we at? Saturday. Saturday is the All-Star. Oh my God. So we have a regular, you know, I hope we does not regular rock music, the hip hop. Every time I see something, kind of, I don't know what they're gonna do. You got something. Nothing, no politics. And if it's gonna be rap, make it an old school or some jazz or some blues. Do something, some blues, or do something. Some old school shit. Some of this shit is everybody wanna go politics. You know what I mean? We gotta cut that out. How big is that? Is Jay-Z the one that's connected to All-Star again? That's crazy. We just want to see something nice. Nobody wants no trouble. The kids just want to be a basketball star. They want to learn about politics. I guess they'll study politics and learn about politics. They went to the gym for a reason. It's to become the next Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, or LeBron. They don't want to hear about nothing. Just like the quarterback. The kids are right there. They don't want to know about no politics. They want to be the next Tom Brady. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they was there for. Yeah, that shit right there is, to me, is crazy. But I'm not saying Bad Bunny should go to, should be, I know flat risk, I know risk as, it's just, it's just what your manager tells you to do, what they pay you to do, you're going to do it. You think, right now, it just looks like, they giving him a bag, and they tell him to do certain things. I'll tell you about them Spanish people. I'll tell you something about them Spanish people. They bought that money. You give them a bag, and you tell them to do something, they're going to do it. You know what I'm saying? They're going to do it. It's just that. There shouldn't be a big fight like that. Like, we should have more concern and bigger, more questions about, the EP files. Yeah? You don't like it? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't, and I think that's what's going on with this right here. I think Trump might be, I'm not Trump. Because I know the Republicans do that. So I really can't say that. I really can't. Man, a halftime show is causing a whole problem and more divide than ever. Ever than before.
Then tell me why I had comments. I had the comments is the funniest shit. She already has juice. Yeah. I don't want none.
I hope people. I don't hope people who hate on people and want to beef with somebody over a halftime or hate on your neighbor over a. I'm just saying, I don't think dudes should get in trouble or get deported or whatever. Watch out. You know what I mean? So let's go to boss up, right? I don't think nobody should be getting in trouble like that. But it's just that, that's the stuff, like, they they do in their country. If they get their green light to do it, they don't do it. Some of it. I don't know. Some of the stuff that he was doing, some of that stuff he was doing stuff. I don't know. Maybe he could have. Why did she it's just crazy. Man. Crazy, buddy. It's crazy, crazy. This situation, man. A lot of people, man. I said, I'm just saying that I don't think he should get, you know, maybe he should apologize for leaving them. I don't know. And I don't think he should be on any watch or, you know, cancel or can't do on music in the US or something like that.
Yo, stop being a stalker. Don't do something, girl. So everything you want, you still want above.
And is Puerto Rico a part of the USA?
You're not licensing now?
That's it. Put it up. Look at this girl here running around trying to put it up.
You know what? That's different this one, Chelsea. He's funny as hell.
Yeah.
I had to comment. I was dying of laughter. He liked the comment, and then he said something groundhog. I'm not doing that. I don't want shit. It is the funny. This is shit he says to the person. Oh, you know, they falsely wrong me, and I had to sing the. Oh my God, girl, it's gone for like 1 second. Jesus, man.
Just like the thing there, it's a little bit of situation. Let me jump on something.
I'm comfortable.
No, imagine that, yeah. Imagine everybody saying, oh, you know, do this, do that. And then
Team Leo.
you find out, yeah, and the next thing, Leo's a lawyer. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. So we can't say, well, she was this and that. No, she was single. So she could have done whatever she wanted to do. That's y'all problem. Y'all have a problem with single men doing their single men thing. If you got a nigga now, you can't just go around and say, well, oh, I like that. She a female, like, a lot of females thinking, oh, yeah, I got a man, so I could, we're not married, so I can sleep with whatever I want. I like how she thinks. She don't think like that. A lot of these women, not, these new school girls are hey, you know what I mean? That's how they think. So, you know what I mean? She definitely got a lot of older people attention, and, you know what I mean? Especially people of her grandmas and a lot of, because the way you could tell, she treats her mom. And I said, they mad at her. I even called it out. I'm like, yo. You see, I said it. I was the first one that said, before Glorilla even did her interview, I was the first one that said, yo, people go back and listen to my my podcast when I was like, yo, Blue looked like she was giving her mom money, but these guys look like the type of, family members that would even fucking know that you have money and send somebody to come rob you. You see what I'm saying? So you got to make it look like you're not getting nothing. You got to make it look like you're working. You see what I'm saying? That's how granny people are. You know what I mean? So you can't tell them nothing. Because if people work and you're still young, your mom will have it. You can send your mom when you're 20 years. You know what I mean? That's your mom. And if you got it like that, I tell you, as I said, you know what I mean? People don't know. You don't know stories, yo. I looked at that situation. When I first heard that situation, I said, yeah, that is a singular story. They man pulling a burner on her, you know what I mean? All that. How you gonna put a gun on your own sister? And not only that, like you try to break up the whole family. You know what I mean? That's what people is. There's more evil and there's more like people want to see hatred and want to see people family members break up instead of love or being like, want to see a family keep together. They rather. And then not even that, the girl would break out of the mental home. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. People rather see people, as long as people talking bad about you, they would rather what do you call it? They even of the people is messed up and kind of like need help, and they should be helping that person. They would give them money to talk about. You better know the person needs help. Instead of helping that person the right way, you know what I mean? They're gonna pay them to talk about. That's a bad story, lane, boy. I see why you do that. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Honestly, I can't believe you saying that's real money. You know what I mean? Like you can't like that is a crazy stuff. Putting a on your sister and then trying to extort her over social media. That is crazy, yo. That is crazy. That's like all of us should be mad at the one that made it to college and had a big job and a family member. Now that's what we should be thinking. No, yo, knock it out. Can't think that. You're still supposed to have love for your sibling. Regardless if you, is what I'm saying, working at a Walmart or you got a family member that's working at that, you know what I mean, as a lawyer or a doctor or, you know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? You can't be mad at that. No one should be mad at that. That's what I'm saying. Black people, bro. I swear, you know what I mean? And not even black people, period, but you see where people's head is at, where their mind is at. You know what I mean? They is crazy. Their mind is like messed up. You know what I mean? Messed up. Can't say, oh well. You know what I mean? They can't say, well, maybe because they got, they no. Government didn't get them like these motherfuckers just messed up. Had messed up, way before, you know what I mean? Certain things gonna happen. They're messed up people. You can't have love. I don't know who will have love. Their family member. They pulled that gun on them. That was wild, People hating on the girl and try to like make it on that the girl is doing something bad. You know what I mean? That's crazy. As I said, a lot of people. That's why a lot of these girls they be hooking up with these like ball players, football players, and then they be out there doing crazy shit, doing certain things. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, we can't allow family members to bring other family members down because they made it. You can't be mad because other sibling, you know what I mean, went to university or college and got a big job and he did it. You know what I mean? You can't be mad at that. There's no way you should be mad at that. That's all I'm like, damn. Like, the message we're trying to send to people is that's what we should do. That's why I'm saying TMZ, boy, they crazy. They crazy. Crazy. It's crazy. As long as you got something bad going on, some drama, they'll send you money. As long as you got something, you talk bad about somebody. And I said, everything is good. Like, everyone's trying to get themselves for not talk about these files, talk about something else. Like, there's no way the sister should be doing that and whatever. And then that's what I'm saying. TMZ is like, they kind of from when they paid her the money, it's like, all right. You know what I mean? It's like, that was the green light. And it's just like, everyone's trying to cover up, not talk about the real thing. These stories coming out, like, yeah, Bad Bunny did his gay shit. You know what I mean? Like, y'all ain't niggas ain't get that shit alone, but don't mix up. You know what I mean? Mix up Nicki Minaj and say, oh, well, don't mix up the ladies when they're performing. You know what I mean? Can't do all that. You know what I mean? I'm about to get it to it. You can't take certain things away from people. So we have concerts. People are looking to go to concerts more than clubs. You know what I mean? Because people can't do what they want. They used to do in the club. They used to like 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, regardless what people think about the Diddy case, but that was the next example that they was trying to tell you that you can't be clubbing like that. You can't be doing this certain things. You're not gonna allow. You know what I mean? You gonna look weird in the club. You know what I mean? Somebody right now come up 2090 shit. Lining up on something. You know what happened to Ashton? It'd be crazy. You can't, you know, it's weird, but that's where it's at. That's where it's at, y'all. That's everywhere. That's not only hip hop scene. That's why you see other people they fight on this stuff because they know a lot of these stuff, a lot of these things are making them losing money. You know, because yes, they for certain things, but at the same time, you know, it's helping them losing money and help, like, you know, and especially a certain part of the community. That's why I say it's, you know, with all what's going on, and all the deportation shit, and all the other stuff that's going on. You know, they should be having new ideas, you know, how people are going to be using some of these AI technology. You know, instead of showing simple videos that you can make, put up with somebody talking and dancing back, you know, as somebody else. They need to show start, you know, giving us the real way of the future, how to make money on the technology. You know, unless they stop, unless that's all they know. But I doubt it. It's all they know. Shit, crazy. Everybody tripping. Everybody tripping over the performance. I said I ain't tripping. I just knew I was sad, and if we gonna do other people up and you know say they can't do this, or you know, as I said, Janet Jackson went through hell. Or, you know, for the whole accident what happened, you know, she went through hell, and I don't know. I don't think the performance is on him. I don't think he might sing a song, but I think you know majority of stuff they came and put it together, so they can't really put that on him. And the promoter, whoever is doing that, you know, we got to put the NFL, give the NFL some heat too, because you know they should have been watching the reversal and everything before the whole play up. You know what I mean? So they should know what's gonna happen unless you know they got one group of people that's only watching the music, the performance, or how it's gonna, and they all on some. Oh, that's okay, or you know. But you gotta get everybody on board next time, man. This is crazy. The whole world is messed up. I'm going all over a little performance of this and that. That's crazy. Can't lie. I thought they would have been on some, you know, leave it alone and, you know, but no. They, they on, man. They on. They still having beef over this performance. And this shit's crazy. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like almost they're trying to like not talk about some shit. And they want us to talk about everything. Like the father. So this is could be both of these both sides playing what do you call it? Playing, you know, playing what do you call it? Um bad guy, good guy, and one person be like, all right, since you know, you guys, you know, we just don't do this because everybody's name is in the pot. Everybody's name is in the pot. majority of the importing people, like people that they say that are, you know, everybody, that's what I think they're trying to say. Is, you know, yeah, well, we gonna, you know, make. Cause right now, I think they're buying time. I can put an investigation on this time. Man did no crime up there. You know what I mean? Even though he did break some of their rules, like you know what I mean, he didn't. You know, I don't know crime or he was. You know, it need to be. They need to investigate a real crime. And I don't think they want to do it. They just leaving everything out, leaving everything out. Man. We talk about stuff that people don't care about. Talk about the stuff that people don't care about. I don't think nobody really care about what's going on with with the Bad Bunny performance, and you know, even though it's crazy. I said I maybe you should apologize. Maybe you shouldn't have been doing that, but I have a part with Jay Z too. Because someone pays you and said, "Yo, I mean, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna think that, all right, I'm good." That's what I'm saying. So really, I don't see nothing happening to him with it. It's not like he did that. Like, that's what they did. They made it like that. They made a performance like that and try to make it political. Try to turn it into a whole fucking mess. Embarrassing. Embarrassing, you know. I'm telling you. This shit is so embarrassing. Motherfucker is still mad, you know. Still mad. And it's not a thing that people should make it awkward. It look like a fake awkward. Where they just want to cover up that they got that everybody got not only one side. People don't only want to hear about oh, Donald Trump. They want to hear about everybody in the crowd. So and use Black Bunny and making them like just put them up there. And I'm like, yes, you fucked up, and I was hit. God did that. The people that did that, they should be the one that feel that feel the pressure. Jay-Z, you know, he's setting up people, but they setting them up because I don't know why people mad, but a lot of people mad at this dude. And to put invest that was a federal investigation on him. That is crazy. People is crazy. People is crazy. People crazy. Can't tell. Can't tell what's going on. What they gonna do next. I mean, one thing I know about not everyone. I'm agree with even though some people like double down in certain things, trying to find excuse for this man. Everybody, everybody has the same uh come you guys are not giving us more on the EP files. We don't have to look. Looking our way up. They want to have some distraction, trying to give us some other shit to talk about. We're never gonna find out what's going on with that. There's too much people. Imagine the people that's way more important than all of these people that's in the front background. That's crazy. That's the thing though that bigger fish. That's the thing about that bigger fish than maybe there's no more bigger fish because Bill Gates is but Bill Gates isn't doing it. That's not no. Bill Gates isn't doing it because Bill Gates just Bill Gates just he's just trying to hide that shit from everyone. I don't think that shit. That shit I hate it. I don't know what kind of it is. He just show you what type of mind he is. He could do all that. Imagine what else he could do. If he got power, or if he could trick his own, or distract his own wife, not finding out something. People don't think. A lot of crazy stuff. Crazy stuff that's going on. Yeah. So I got this job, You think about all the people that I'm saying the people that some of the stuff that some of the stuff people seem like they were doing some of the same stuff that some of these guys were doing that they're people. They make the law. You can't act like they don't make the law. These people that make the law. So when they make the law, and they're the worst at it. Imagine someone making the law and then you're doing the most. You find out they got pictures with all that, but they over here crucifying people, taking away people's jobs, right? Once again, taking away people's jobs, breaking up families. I'm like the same shit like ICE. Taking away people's jobs and doing all that. You know what I mean? Because some shit like that. I mean, because they don't want to follow something like that. But we got other people in the back, right? Yeah. And, are worse than these people. They're here making the law for you. They're telling you when to go to bed, when to go to sleep. Right? People are like, well, need to see more? What else do you need to see? When you guys see more, if it's only about one person, then a lot of people will get it. If it's only about one person, if it's about everybody, then we're not okay with it. Then it's bogus. Nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to. One thing I can tell you is some people out here in the media that mainstream media. So it is, and then you got YouTubers that act like they're mainstream media, because they just trying to come up with a conversation, deliver it just like how they do. If you're trying to like people are wild. People are wild. I can't believe what wild people do. So yeah, nobody cares about the problem. I've been saying that. They're gonna give us two stories, and people go, I said it. When I first talked about the story, I said people only don't want to know about Trump because Trump is at the top of it, right? So you even tell people that this person's in there, they're gonna be like, yeah, they're gonna want the next one. See what happened? That person's in there, that elite person's in there, that elite person's in there, and then people still only want to talk about one person. Crazy. That's why like they didn't see what's up. So when people are like, oh, when people are like, oh, um, the Epstein files came out, no one cared, blah, blah, blah. Survivor, this and that, and all that stuff that they claim they care about. You know why no one cares? Because both sides is in there. You know what I mean? It's not only one side. So if it was only Trump or the Republican, then they'd be like, all right, but they have both sides. So now, you know, I guess now some of the victims are finding like, damn, all along you guys was in there, you know what I mean? Or you was the person that was underneath that mask or something like that, allegedly. I don't know. But I'm just saying, it just seems like that's why it's making it regular because people don't care. People don't want their name to be shown. So I guess people don't care. And that's sad. That's sad. People are walking around like, oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I know people, you know, and even and that's what I'm saying. The mainstream media exposes itself. It shows you how one-sided it is. It shows you a one-sided it. They'll give you like a two-day story about, or a 3-day story about Bill Clinton. Then you know what I mean? They'll be like Trump, 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 and then whoever else, Nicki Minaj, blah 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 blah. It's just they expose themselves too. No one cares. No one cares about nothing. They work for the same people, right? They're still working for the same people. At least that you as a citizen, as a voter. I mean, my bad, as a person that works. At least you know that. Well, you don't know that. We don't know that. You don't know that. I'm not gonna say that. You don't know that you're working for them. It seems like everybody knows some type of secret. No, we know why people have secrets of people and people get exposed, right? Because you know why? Everybody knows about who was at a party, and everybody seen somebody doing something, and like kind of like tap them on their shoulder. Don't worry, I'm gonna get you in this position. And when they get to that position, they try to flip it on expose. It's like everybody knows. Everybody is in something with somebody. Everybody knows something about something. That's why people need to accept that. And call out instead of calling out one person, calling out Bill or Trump or Hillary and whoever, but they both need to, you know what I mean? My audio, my audio. Let me check it. Let me check it. Let me check it. Let me check it. My bad. So I was probably in the kitchen. Hold on. Let me check my mic. Oh yeah. Oh my God. No one said anything to me. Okay, hold on. Let me check it. All right, there we go. All right, there we go. How do I sound now? All right. All right. There we go. All right. We good? We good, right? It's louder, right? My bad. I should have fixed that shit when I came in. All right. So what I was saying is, you know, on both sides of this, um, you know, reason why people are saying, "Oh, the Epstein files came out, nothing happened, no one getting in trouble," because people only one-sided. The mainstream media is one-sided. You know what I mean? And they're divided too. Just like how everyone else is divided, the media is divided, the movie, the sports industry is divided. So just because it's like um what do you call it? Bill is in there, Hillary is in there, Trump is in there. Um, you know, yeah, I wasn't. I think my hold on, I should sound a little bit better now. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, yeah, I had it. I didn't have it adjust properly, so that was the thing. But they be doing that sometime. I don't know why. But on both sides, though, it looks crazy. So yeah, this is why everyone's acting like nothing happened because people only want to hear, oh, Trump should go to jail or Trump should get in trouble. Or, but to the people now, now the people are like, hey, no, 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 no. Everybody should, both parties should get in trouble. Now you see people like, oh, they act like they don't care about it because everyone was like, you know what, only he should get in trouble. Those guys shouldn't get in trouble or whatever. Then, hey, more people would care about the EP file. But because you know, two sides, you rather get a story like, even though Bad Bunny was kind of crazy, talking all that crazy stuff in Spanish about, whatever, the crazy sexual shit. That's still not where real federal watch or look like as a PDF if you get that. Because you got other people that's in the government that's in, you know what I mean? That's connected to that shit. You got people out here that are losing their jobs and their home, their business because they got friends and they know somebody or their neighbor that's connected to that shit. So both sides, I know what I'm saying, both sides, you know, or like should be, should be holding accountable. Like we're like, all right, you know what, we gonna exit Trump and Bill Clinton. You can't just exit Bill Trump or straight. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So people are mad because you know majority of people like myself and other people are waking up and saying, "Hey, everyone wants to talk about Trump." Even though, you know what I mean? I'm not. I just like see certain things that I see. Like if we got somebody that's around and he's always stealing shit, and then one person steals the second time, everybody still sees the person doing it like a million times, and then you find out they're both doing it, even though someone like the other might do it more than, and then you want to call out the one that's doing it. You know what I mean? Less and not count up both personalities doing it together, I'm gonna be like, wait a minute, that's kind of crazy. Like, what is y'all trying to do? Is they stealing and sharing with y'all? My bad, nigga, my bad, my bad. You know what I mean? Yo, yo, family, yo, you can
Yeah,
hear me? Yo, what up? You hear me,
My
Negro?
bad, bro. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear you.
yeah. Well, you get what I'm saying, though. This is why nobody care about the fathers because you got Bill Clinton and Trump, and Bill Clinton, why him and his family's in there basically because I'm hearing some other shit that she knew about certain things allegedly. I don't know, but you get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, man. They all corrupt, bro. You feel me?
Right.
And ain't nobody really standing on shit.
Right. You can't, you can't make it look like.
Like it seems like every time we think we got somebody that's going, you feel me, go against the system, seem like they already got their claws in them.
Can't make it look like. We can't make it look like only one side is doing damage here, or you know.
Yeah, they all doing dirt. You feel me?
And,
They
and, and
just
what's hypocritical that I don't like is people every time Trump does something wrong, people are talking about Nicki Minaj. But when Biden and Obama did something wrong, ain't nobody talk about Beyonce and Jay Z. You see what I'm saying? Be honest, yeah. I'm being honest. I'm not carry on.
no. I was just saying, like regardless of who it is or what party it is. You feel me? It's like they always, it'll look like, oh yeah, this person's real, this person, woo, 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 you feel me? But then, soon as they get in office, you feel me, or soon as they accomplish whatever they was running for, shit, then it turn out to be what you was voting against. You feel me? So
Right,
it's like, damn, and that's why a lot of people stopped voting because they was like, damn, bitch, like it's rigged. You feel me? Like
bro. They're trying to
they
make it look like
they select them motherfuckers. They ain't electing shit, bro.
they gotta
All
call up
that
both
shit, all
sides.
that shit go by bloodline. You feel me? Lineage, all that shit. You feel me? And then, but I find it very suspicious that we don't really know too much about what happened to Lil Jon's son. Like this nigga, this is a whole celebrity. You feel me?
Right,
Like just like how they looking for that one bitch mama. You feel me?
right.
Like how come we don't know what the fuck happened to this nigga? This nigga was allegedly booked to go somewhere. You feel me? The address would look suspicious than a bitch any motherfucking way. Like the address that he was going to. Some I think it was like 1717 masonry, something. You feel me? Come on, bro. Like this shit got Illuminati written all over it. Sacrifice, bitch.
Man,
Nigga died 20 days after the nigga birthday.
right.
27.
There's a lot of stuff that they do, yo, in code, yo, and it's
Bro,
like,
look, that shit, that's a curse, bro. That's a curse for joining, for breaking, you feel me? Like, I forgot. I was just watching a video about that shit, man. Man, people was like, dude made good sense with it. He was breaking the shit down in the numerology and what the numbers saying and shit. But, and then it's like, bro, I can't believe we still talk about Jim Jones' old ass fighting on a motherfucking plane.
who,
Grown ass motherfucking men. These niggas old as fuck still
who
beefing.
you talking about, Ja Rule?
What? Uh, you was talking about Jim Jones and them people on the plane with the pillow fight, whatever the fuck. You feel me?
Uh-huh.
Like, bro, y'all ass old as fuck carrying on like that. It's like a big ass nothing burger. You feel me?
Yeah.
So like yeah, y'all in the algorithm because y'all had Uncle Murder with y'all, but at the end of the day, bro, all that shit really look lame. You feel me?
It is lame. It's lame.
That shit lame as fuck. Y'all old as fuck. Y'all fighting on the airplane. You don't see the white people doing that shit. You don't see the Asian people doing that shit. It's only niggas
At
doing
that
dumb
age,
shit.
at that
At that
age,
age, bro. At that
people
age,
argue,
you don't
people
even conduct
argue.
themselves like that.
People, I saw other white people crash around the airplane. You know what I mean? But at that
Yeah, I
age,
mean, I done seen them crash before, but not at that age.
yeah, but yeah, right. At that age and the whole gangster stuff, and trying to you grab pillows to swing at each other. That's crazy. Wow, that is wild. That's some shit. At that age right there, I just want to know if they're gonna be doing this at 55, 60. You know, this shit is wild. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
They gonna be in the Walker, goddamn me beefing.
Gonna be who?
They gonna be in the Walker beefing.
Right? Hitting. 50 gonna be hitting jaw room with a fucking walking stick. You know, like,
Yeah, they gonna be beefing to the death.
nigga need to quit that. That shit embarrassing as hell. Embarrassing. I'm sorry. Man, on the airplane, on the
Hmm.
airplane. What's what? So what? Did they take it off or what? Like what happened? Was the airplane in the air when they did that? Man, you guys,
You know it wasn't in the air when they did that.
that's why they was flexing.
You know it wasn't in the air. Then if y'all celebrities, why the hell y'all ain't goddamn me? Y'all in regular class.
That was a what? A regular flight, right?
It look like a regular ass flight. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody talking about that. Why the
Yeah.
fuck y'all? You feel me? Y'all celebrities, but y'all out here taking flights like regular people. That
Yeah.
look like a commercial flight.
Yeah, exactly. That look like a regular flight where that look like a regular flight. You know what? You're right about that. You know, you're right about that.
It would look like a regular flight. I'm trying to tell you, motherfucker ain't saying nothing about that shit. They just caught up in the people. That's nah. Let's look at everything.
It's true though. I did look like a regular flight though. They just,
Cause who the fuck was filming? Oh shit, that's Jim Jones. Oh shit, that's Uncle Murder. You feel me? Type shit. Yeah.
yeah, that's crazy.
Fuck me.
Wow, really, yo. The nigga Tony Yayo, yo. I can't believe them niggas. That age, yo. At that age, boy. Niggas still keep. I guess, damn. I guess niggas gonna have to still walk. If them niggas walking on with street, acting gangster, niggas gotta still keeping it gangster. Still, still
Niggas be
wise up.
overly thugging.
But you still supposed. That's some street attitude shit right there. And I'm not. When you're on a business mind, I don't think you should be out street attitude. Yeah, it's supposed to say something, but not like that. Not cause a scene on the airplane. You're supposed to say something.
Hmm.
Can you imagine how that? Like, how come no one showed nothing about them how they walk out the airplane? You know what I mean? I need to see the footage. How was it when they walk out the airplane?
But
Like when they checked out. Like if the plane take off and they both was on the airplane. How did how did that checkout go? Like how did they both get off? Was they, laughing? Was they arguing with each other? And that's kind of
Yeah,
crazy.
cause like normally if it's a situation like that, both of them motherfuckers would get kicked off the plane.
Yeah, yeah, right. They both getting kicked out the airplane.
Especially when it turn physical. They ain't just gonna let y'all fly like that. Cause
Exactly.
business, we might get up in the air, you might try and kill this nigga.
Yeah, everybody getting off the airplane. Doesn't matter if you got your manager, you know, everybody getting off.
So
That situation,
that's
like,
that that's
I don't
that
know.
right there.
I don't know about that. What do you call it? Pillow fight in the airplane. Pillow airplane fight. Whatever you want to say. Yeah, they was, what they was doing up there was not wrong. When you're not, have a sleepover, and then you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, that's it. They having a sleepover, and they just start throwing pillows at each other. That was insane.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Like when you hear about two grown ass niggas having a pillow fight, what the fuck you think going on?
Right? What do you think?
Pillow fight, nigga. Fuck. What the hell y'all got going on? What y'all was having a slumber party, nigga?
Niggas act
That's
like,
the first thing I thought about. Shit, I'm like, damn, they had a pillow fight on the plane, nigga.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? On an airplane.
What y'all was having a slumber party on the plane?
Yeah, like, it don't make no sense, bro. Nigga, they just stalking Ja Rule, I swear to God. Man,
That shit, that crazy.
that is wild. I ain't gonna lie to you. What do you think about them trying to cancel Bad Bunny though?
They can't, they
Huh?
can't cancel, they can't cancel them because of the machine that's behind them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
They can't cancel. He already been endorsed by them folks. You feel me? So
Yeah,
it ain't nothing.
crazy.
You could try and cancel them all you want to, but shit, they gonna continue to put them in your face.
Well, the Democrats and them, they trying to, you know, you know, they on his ass. Not the Democrats, the Republicans, they on his ass. The investigation. And, they said he was singing in the song and you know, and the shit and stuff he was doing. They on him for that. I don't know if you heard about that. Yeah, but they was on his ass for that. That's insane. And crazy out here, man. Wild ass. Wild ass. Oh yeah, I'm gonna roll up. I got a thing going over here too.
But
I got something going. I got something smoking on over here too. I got hungry though.
I think I done perfected my blunt rolling, bro. I ain't gonna count. My shit be perfect.
Yeah, yeah. But I said the Republicans, they're trying to, you know, investigate him and saying, oh, he was doing, the gay sexual acts and saying crazy stuff in his song. So they kind of want to like, but if they go
I
at him,
mean, what do you expect though? The niggas the bisexual fucking artists.
right? They act like they
Like
didn't.
it's about they act like they didn't know this before. You feel me? They picked this is exactly why they picked him. It was the perfect candidate. The perfect
Jay Z,
candidate.
they saying they blaming it on Jay Z. Jay Z on
Man,
them.
they ain't blame it on Jay Z. Jay Z don't run shit. Jay Z just the face. He still take orders. The fuck.
Rock, remember, Rock Nation is he's a part of Rock Nation.
Because if that was the case,
But you hear me
just
though.
like just like just like you was arguing the other
But you
day
know,
about, oh, well, how come he ain't have no black artists for Black History Month? Reason being is because he don't run it. It's not his shit to run. You feel me? He just the face. You feel me? Like that's the position.
I said that today. I said that too. I'm like, yo, how come you never had no black artists and it's Black History Month? You know what I mean? But I don't think Jay Z. I don't think Jay Z wants that because I don't. He don't really throw niggas out like that, bro. Because one, remember,
He
yo,
got to
remember.
do his job. He got to do his job just like everybody else.
Yeah, but really though, if you're gonna have a show like that on the biggest stage, bro, and like what you said, the Black History Month, you should at least done something for the culture. You know what I mean? Instead of causing a outrage or you know, I don't know. It's just wild. But I don't think they should be investigating him and whatever. I just didn't like what you said. They know what type of artist he was, and that's what I say. It's not all on him. It's on the NFL and Jay Z. But at the end of the day, somebody has to be a fall guy, and they just gonna either put it on him and use him for a distraction, maybe even cause a riot. No, some type of protest, and then just to distract the Epstein. But really, I don't think they should be doing all that. I think the Epstein shit is more. The people I'm in the background are more wild. Just saying. Than his shit. They way too wild and way too exclusive shit. You know what I mean? And it's like when I mean exclusive, I mean it's like they hide all the crazy shit and put the what I mean um stuff like this and make it like, oh, you know he should, yeah, but I can't lie, he was doing some lot of crazy stuff, certain stuff they shouldn't be doing up there. I mean at the Super Bowl because it's a family show and like what I mean, regardless of who you is, what type of artist you is, you just what I mean, it can't fly. You know what I mean? But I don't think Jay Z he like this where he never really he kind of like stopped being Seagull's career. So I'm not surprised of him not wanting to do nothing for the culture because he's always looking for something, looking to do something for somebody else. You know what I mean? Because if he didn't get rid of, if he still would have had the group with him, being Seagull, Man Bleak, and all of them, and still in Freeway, you know, that they wouldn't have been, he wouldn't have been where he's at right now. He dropped everybody to get where he's at. So yes, I'm gonna say he does have a little bit Negro. I'm gonna say he does have a little bit of control of what's going on. He did the whole thing last year with Kendrick Lamar. So I think he's the top. You know, do that as a billionaire. Yes, he was in control of that type of stuff. You could have that type of pull. You're not millionaire. He was a billionaire, especially when you what is he like? What? Um,
Reason why I say he's not in control of it is because even though, yeah, that's his position and that's his title, right?
yeah,
The NFL as a whole, you feel me, is still on.
right.
So do you not think that those people is going to have any say so on what's being promoted on their halftime show any given time?
Yeah, it's true, but
Especially to promote an agenda for whatever they're pushing at that given moment. I'm just saying. I'm looking at it from okay, yeah, he's in control. Yes, he has the accolades of a billionaire, you feel me? Yes, all of that, but you still have the owners that own the actual NFL as a whole, and you know they gotta say so. So that's really who he reporting to, or you feel me, is representing,
I'm
right
not
or
really.
wrong.
You're right. You're right.
I'm just saying.
You're right. Then about as a
He
you got
can't he
but
can't just be like, oh, I'm finna put
you could
whoop
have a
on
lot.
the
Listen, you could have
on the
a
thing. You feel me? He gotta go to them guys first and be like, oh well, I was thinking about putting boo boo boo. What do you think about this person? You feel me?
but when you have but I know he has a big time. This is why reason why I think Jay Z got a lot of pull over the halftime show in the NFL. The thing that the Kendrick Lamar last year, and then because they had this year around they had two different type of halftime show. You know what I mean? Because everybody, that's what I'm saying. That's what made me think. Yeah, this is a contract. Remember, if you're on a contract, you're gonna have, what you're gonna do, right? Even though you might have bosses, but if you put certain things out there, you could do it. Like what you said, you still got bosses, but you could do it. You got a contract. You could still do what you want to do. Your boss is gonna, as long as you make them their money. They're not gonna. If you're not making them their money, then they're not. Then if you're not making it, then they're gonna have a problem with you. But if you're making them problem, you still have, issues with people. That as long as you're making their money, they're not really gonna lean on you. Yeah, okay, that's what it is. As much as we could complain when people make it a big issue, like, oh yeah, still, at the same time, maybe just one. Maybe it's only the Democrats that made money off the Super Bowl and not the Republicans. That's why the Republicans are doing that. I don't know, allegedly. You see what I'm saying? But it's that. When you got a contract, and I think it's going to be his contract. Uh, Jay-Z contract is about to be up because, it's been a while since he's been doing this hand picking music with everybody. So I just think yeah. That's just me though. I don't know. I don't think that, the the people I'm gonna allow. I think he the one that picked. He picked Bad Bunny, and I think he's the one that because they're Rock Nation artists. You know, every artist I went up last year was Rock Nation artists, right? There you go. They,
I don't know.
yeah, they signed to Jay Z. Yeah, they signed to Jay Z. So if you're putting your artists up there, you have control. You got political ties, bro. You know, and that man got a lot of power. When the whole thing with with the whole thing with Diddy, and they try to get him involved in that, and then he got himself out of it. I said, damn. Anybody else couldn't like get themselves out like that. He got himself out of that real quick. That shows you right there that yeah, he's got that power right there. He's got that power there. Right? The only thing that had Diddy in that situation is because they cast it. And nobody else gonna know anything will happen because nobody gonna know what's going on with Epstein because one, and nobody. Some people don't want their name or their face to be known, right? They don't want their name and anything to be out there because they was too.
Bro, people stepping down, handing in resignations, all type of shit because of that Epstein shit, bro.
Yeah, but nobody really getting in trouble like that. People who should be stepping out and not stepping down. You know what I'm saying? You just don't want to see. You know what I mean? That's not.
I mean, hasn't it always been like that though? Shit, they did that shit. They did that shit with when they overthrew goddamn Hitler. You feel me? Cause all them boys supposed to go through it. You feel me? But what they did, they cut a deal and made them start working for them. You feel me? So it's like it's just how it go. You feel me? Ain't gonna never be really be no justice. It's gonna be an illusion of justice, but it really ain't no justice at the end of the day.
Right.
You really can't justify it.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's true though. You can't justify nothing like it's true. You ain't lying at all. I don't know about that. It's we gonna see what happens. All I'm saying
you
is
already know what's gonna happen. This shit really get worse and worse and worse until this shit bust. And then when it be bust, you gonna really see what's going on.
right. What? But it seems like, as I said, this as much as they try to outrage, as much as what I think, even though I think, what I mean, was kind of weird, and what I mean, the halftime show. I don't think it should be an outrage like, oh, cancel him or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the man, like, let
I
the
don't
man
know
make
who
his
he is.
music, make his money. You feel me? But
I don't
all
know
that
who he is.
cancel shit.
I don't know who he is. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never listened to him before. You know what I mean? I seen his shit. I seen him on TikTok, and he was kissing on his male backup dancers and all that. I said, whoa. You know what I mean? But that's not my business. I only knew it about him, the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? And when there was like, oh, Bad Bunny gone, I'm like, who the hell is going to the halftime show? I'm like, oh, that's why y'all mad because this guy is. I'm like, but I don't know that. I don't listen to that type of music. So I
Right.
don't know. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm.
I listen to reggaeton, songs like Maria Maria. You see what I'm saying? And what else? What do you call it? Like, Shakira and like that type of stuff. You know what I mean? That I can understand. Can't lie to y'all. I don't really, yeah. I can't dig all that other yeah, shit that I'm not into. And I'm not knocking nobody for nothing. Like, it's one thing I is not knocking nobody for what they want to do, what they into is just when you know what I mean, start acting like, oh, we need to push up everything on everybody else. It's just kind of, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Everybody should be able to do whatever they want and be comfortable with it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, somebody over there want to be, don't make them feel comfortable. Somebody wants to be out there, don't make them feel comfortable. Just don't make your choice and you want to make someone else's choice. It's not, you know, that's what I'm saying. If we want to be comfortable, we make our choices, but don't make other people's choices, right? That's fair, right? Right? We can't use when I say that, is we can't say, make an agreement, shake hands, and say, okay, that's fair. But then, when somebody makes a choice and then comes up to the job and we get, all right, we both make different choices, but then we make it where the choice that we make is better than your choice, and then if you don't, then that is too much. That is sour, and way too much, way too much. That stuff has to stop. It has to. And I think that's the next that's the next where everybody gets understanding and start bullying, start fighting against that stuff. That should be something simple. You make a choice to be a part of something or something else and somebody else, then cool. You know what? You can't make it a habit or a reality to say, hey, all right, we're this, and if you want to work with us, you're gonna have to stop, drop it, and come join what we believe in and whatever that's. No, everybody should be able to work with each other, whatever they believe in, whatever they want. You know what I mean? And that's where the world is. That's where the divide. People need to start admit and be stop lying to them. So yeah, that's what dividing shit. It's not really, you know, um, really making the choices that we're trying to make it for other people, right? Right. Oh, that's well, exactly. That's what I feel like to me is people are trying to make choices for people, and people don't want to make their own. Excuse me. And people are just mad because they're saying that we can't turn somebody to a villain because we can't make a choice for them, and we can't villainize one person when both persons are doing the same thing. You know what I mean? You can't do all that. Everybody's gotta get, you know, should be on the same scale for what they're doing to others. If you're out here accusing somebody for something and then you're like, wait a minute, our government's over this mental health, they're doing this over here too. All right, here we go. But you can't, and we can't, and then both government that make a rule at that time, you can't go back in time, travel back in time, and use the rule that was okay, that was illegal, or that was a rule, and then try to make it a law in today's time. This is the problem with you guys, government people. You guys do that, not us. We just get it, we follow, we look. So I mean, the females they see it, they use it. I mean, males they see it, they use it, whatever. You know. But gotta stop doing that. If you had a law in that time and it said you could have done that, then you can't, go back and say, well, you can't do this right now, but we're gonna go back in the time that you could have done it and charge you. That's stupid. That's stupid. And you shouldn't have made that law. Period. If you was gonna change it into this time, like you get what I'm saying? That's kind of like that's the next thing that's kind of like makes me a little bit like, huh? Like some of these government people seem like they confused because they go back all the way back. They don't really take care of what's going on right now. If you can go back in time and build, you know, take the job and and make the job accurate now. You got nothing going on, so you guys go back in time. But what about the people that has that the jobs are going away, and people are losing their jobs, and business are going or whatever. And people gotta close their business, but they can't go back in time and get old cases and turn them into what I mean. You can't make a law and say, all right, you could smoke, you could smoke cigarettes in the bar at the club, right? And people were smoking weed in the club back then, but even though it was illegal, we were in the office at your workspace, right? No, you can't go back in time and say, hey, you know what, you used to smoke weed in the club, and you can't smoke weed in the club today, and you did it back then, so we're gonna charge you with it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So you guys make crimes. You guys create crimes. The government, you guys, and that's why people need to understand. You're gonna let them control you and run you into the wall. This is why the mainstream media is mad because they figure people are like, wait a minute, now we want to see both sides get in trouble. Fuck all that. You know what I mean? But they think about it. They can create jobs, but they create certain things. If you made a law if you made a law and you stop, the law is you said, all right, you know what, the law that we made in 75, we won't stop that law in 2000. You can't go back and charge somebody for the law that you had, that you created, that your government created, your bloodline, and charge people, some people for it. You gotta charge everybody. You're creating shit. You gotta open. Think about it. You gotta think. You gotta think. If people got questions, right? People got questions. You gotta think. If these guys was so okay to fly around Washington Airport with these, young females and fly around with them like that, check in and check out. Don't you think that was kind of weird back then? Because it seemed like a lot of people were doing that. So you have to be some type of, age, something that they had going on while that man was doing back then. So you see what I'm saying? I don't know. This is why some people I was born in those times was like, oh, they didn't do anything wrong. But I'm like, why would you guys say those people? No, this Caucasian, some Caucasian people are saying that, Trump and Epstein never did anything wrong. But I'm like, okay, why would you guys say that? But if you go look at it, while they're saying that, it makes sense because some of these people back then, it was some, I don't know what the age was for them to be, for a grown man to be flying around with, young girls. At what age? I don't know what it was. They know the law that they had. You know what I mean? They made it. So they cannot, their bloodline, their family, their, whatever, ancestors, they cannot, it seems like they cannot do that. You can't go back in time and create jobs. Because if we don't have the same mailman, we can't just have one person delivering mail, right? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. We're not gonna have that. We're gonna have some new shit where you can put mail in the mailbox. You go to the store now where you can now get your groceries delivered to you. Which is kind of take some of the jobs away from the grocery store because now somebody could just take the shit and bring it to you instead of you going there, lining up, packing it yourself. You're not really creating nothing. I'm sorry. I think you're taking away from jobs instead of when you got people that work for the company because the company could just have their own drivers and then they deliver your groceries because you order it, right? I'm talking about food and stuff like that. But, I'm saying, well, that's taking away a job, but you can. But for them, it seems like when they want to, build something or they make money, it's like they go back. They don't really tackle the real certain things. They make big more money on the old cases than the stuff that's going on today. I'm just saying. Like, they go back and they create shit. There's no way a government that they was doing something, their family member was doing it, and now, because whatever. It's a different time. You can't go back. You shouldn't be able to do that. Just like you can't drive cars. Cars are banned. All cars are banned from the 80s from the road up. They're saying, you know what I mean, that certain cars can't be on the road. Like certain cars are really, they could really ticket you. Or really, if you're driving around like if you're on the road with a 98 car or something car, they might look at you away. You know what I mean? But if you're on the road with a 2000 thing car, the insurance now is gonna benefit. They're gonna take care of you. So the insurance is not really gonna fuck with you if you're out there driving up. You see what I'm saying? A 91 car, 92 car, whatever, but a 2000 car. That's because the law is like that. They made it like that. So that's not creating jobs either. You know what I mean? That's the next thing. That's not creating jobs because the mechanic, Now you're taking away jobs from the people that was mechanic in the cars. You know that because there's certain not everybody could fix know about a 96 Corvette or a 98 Corvette. Like, you know what I mean? You got some mechanics that are different. Like, they're different. That's why you got different shops. So now when you're doing that, you're taking away jobs. You're not creating jobs. And that's everywhere. That's North America. That's here. That's, Canada and America where this is happening. Other countries, you could, what I mean? People laugh at you, but you don't really have anybody but you do have them mechanics that are doing that. Oh, people will fix cars, but then you're not creating jobs. You know, you're taking jobs away. I thought we were supposed to be creating, and both sides. We can't blame one government. What else? Yeah, but you go back and you say, you know what? I'm gonna charge you with some shit, some crime that we was all doing. You know what I mean? Because majority of these politician people, they haul at young women in the 80s in the thing, and a lot of them, it's like I'm like, okay, if you guys are going back and charging people, you guys should go back and charge everybody because that was a law that you guys made. That was a consent. You guys made it a law, right? That's why you had um a lot of these today. You know, these women are like even with our you know um grandmas and aunties and whatever. They was younger than their husband because that was the law they had right back then. So they can't just come charge people and do certain things like that. They're making shit. Nothing's not happening to them. So they're making them, but they don't create jobs like that. You know what I mean? Not everybody, right? Not everybody's gonna. That's what I'm saying. The writers and the journalists that they have, that doing journalism, they're not really like what they used to be. They're not really, they're not really writers like that because they ain't got nothing to write about. They're writing about shit they don't know about. It wasn't born yet. You see what I'm saying? So it's basically they're making a fiction, and they're hearing from somebody else. And if you hadn't know about it, and as a journalist or doing, what I mean, you're gonna be like, well, you're gonna go after that because you don't think you heard from the best. But really, how could you be a journalist and you want to write about stuff, and you're 20 and you want to write about stuff from when you're 7, somebody else. You know what I mean? In the 80s or you see what I'm saying? Well, how are you gonna do all that? So you basically have to research all that. But now you gotta present the evidence, you gotta present the story now for the media. You see what I'm saying? That is not you're not really creating a job unless you're a person that like to tell stories and write just write some crazy shit. Then yeah. But they're not really creating no jobs. They act like they do. Everybody's still in the same position. I thought honestly, I thought everyone was going to do that. There's things like it's more crazy than ever before. Bro. It is more crazy than ever before. It's so crazy. This shit is so crazy. This shit is crazier than ever before. I thought we would have been like, how much people got their tax money and have to spend it on some major stuff. Major stuff. As soon as they give you the money, they're upping your bills, they're upping your insurance, they're upping your mortgage, your rent. So what is he really doing? What is they really giving you money for? You give somebody something, and then you raise everything. You see what I'm saying? Everything goes up tax. Everything. Start raising the start raising the price on certain little things that everybody gets. Um, it's just wow. So what can you really do And so I said everybody is right now. That's why it's like that, where everybody's just taking and doing corrupted shit because everyone's living corrupted on both sides. And that's why you got more criminals and more dirty cops and that because everything is so expensive. You know, you get an increase, and that's all in everybody. You get an increase. Your mortgage, your rent goes up. You move in the next place. Next thing you know, bam, goes up again. Next thing you gotta buy food, and it goes up. Next thing you know, your bill comes. Your bill is this because you're doing too much. Next thing you know, they want you to buy this app because this TV show is not going to be on this app no more. So now you got to buy, pay, spend more. Everything goes up. So you getting your money, your tax money, and then everything goes up right after. As soon as right after everyone's getting a tax money, everything goes up. Everything's going up at the same time. While you're getting your money coming in, you're waiting on your tax return. Everything's going up. Yeah, look around. That's why I said I do it. I've been doing that spending. Everything. So, real talk, y'all. Everything is like, that's why I said, that's what they need to understand right now is they need to get back with the jobs, stop it, where we need to get out of power because, or where we need to be in power, be in power. That's nasty, right? It's like we're having both sides.
No. Oh my lord. Then? She don't want it. She wants avocado.
I don't have any avocado.
You want to tell her that? You want to eat.
Well, this is a nasty thing that's going on in the public eye. It's like we're watching an election. And it's not an election.
I'm gonna get your guys are not you. That's
We're
nice.
told stories about each other.
Come on.
Next time, pull out a file. What we got here with the Epstein file is we got anybody can tell you that both of them and both sides they are putting on shit. They both got their own FBI that help them along with they both got their own media platform. That's what's going on. It's crazy. Is they control the media and it's just crazy. I don't know what to think. That's like they try to tell us that we had a mass shooting down. There's not no mass shooting. I mean, how does somebody say it's a mass shooting, right? And said 10 people got unalive. Say 10 people got unalive. But then, the police came in and said, oh, nobody died. That was false information. So what was that? Was that a distraction that went wrong? I'm just saying. So if you're watching CNN right now, and you heard on the news, on CNN, or you heard early on, that there's a mass shooting in Canada, and 10 people got unalive. That was a lie. The police, they said that was a lie. Yeah. I'm not going to tell y'all nothing. But I'm just saying, why would they put that report out there That's not true. I understand if they say, well, a mass shooting, one person or two person by accident, but to say 10 people, and then when you find out, oh, they're lying, it never really happened, that's kind of crazy. I want to know who's making all the story. Who's making all the story? I don't know if y'all can. Let me see if I get this. Let me see if I get it. I just want to know who's making the story. Right? I don't know who's making the story. That's the most. I'm just trying to see if they have it on. And CNN. But they had a man. I think if y'all seen a mass shooting, they said I have mass shooting down here, and nobody died. Only I guess it's only 4 people that went to the hospital or something like that. But that's the next thing I'm saying. Like they make their own. They could make their own. They could say something that's not true and make like millions and billions of dollars in 5 minutes and say, "Oh my God, it's not true." We got to be careful.
Oh, I'm not losing. I'm losing.
We got to be careful with that, people. Right, babe? About the mass shooting, right?
What?
When you said that 10 people got unalive in the mass shooting? Yeah, but they're saying though that the RCMP is saying nobody died.
Well, maybe they hide
I think that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I just think that for them to give a number like that and then say 10 people died and nobody died. That's weird. That is weird. Let me check it out. I'm gonna put it up, y'all. I'm gonna let this mass shooting happen. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. A lot of crazy stuff's going on. Out of 15-year-old, I shot a 16-year-old in a what do you call it? In a coffee shop. These kids are crazy. Let's see, home history. Let me find this thing right here. Oh, you know what? I am on the wrong one. Let me. I'm supposed to be on the other one. Let me hold up, y'all. Let me get this mass shooting thing that I don't know if people are seeing it. The mass shooting apparently happened down here other side of part of the town. I think it's more. I think it's on the west side, somewhere. I know it's not down here in Toronto, or close by Toronto, down here in Ontario. I could be wrong. Hold up. Let me see what's happening. There we go. Oh, see, this is not even in. It's not even in Ontario. Yeah, yo, this is the mass shooting here. Hold on. So-called mass shooting. I don't know why he shot up.
Just 2,400 people. Tumbler Ridge is now mourning the people after a school shooting Tuesday afternoon.
Oh, it's a school shooting.
The worst mass shootings in Canada's history. 8 people are dead. 2 victims are in critical condition.
But they said no. Who was this? I thought they said no one died. These people are confusing. They said no one died. They said no one died. No, they're saying 8 people died. First they said 10 people died. And then they said 4 people in hospital, no one died. But listen to this. But a mass shooting happened down here. They said the worst mass shooting happened in Canadian history. Let's hear this.
And 25 other people are injured. The shooter was 18-year-old Jessie Van Rootseller. Police say Van Rootseller killed her 39-year-old mother and her 11-year-old stepbrother in their family home in Tumbler Ridge. She then went to the school with a long gun and modified handgun. There, police say she opened fire, killing a 39-year-old female teacher, 3 12-year-old female students, and 2 male students, 12-year-old and a 13-year-old. RCMP issued an emergency alert Tuesday afternoon for an active shooter after reports of gunfire. When police entered, they...
Damn, so I guess somebody died. But the RCMP is saying nobody died. She's a female. 18-year-old girl, damn. How she got so much gun? What the hell? Who was her parents? Modified handgun. That's them done with them switches that she talking about. Damn. I made this little girl. I said, some people are crazy, yo. Yeah. Do you guys think if she wasn't going to school, that would have happened to her? She would have been like that? I don't think so. You know, they kept her home. This wouldn't have happened.
They found the 6 people dead in various areas of the school.
But they said first they said 8 people. Listen to it. First they said 8 people. Now 6 people. Listen. Let's bring it back.
Secondary school, one of the worst mass shootings in Canada's history.
Listen to it.
Loss of 7.
She said 8 people died. Right? But then she said 6. But then the RCMP came out and said nobody died. I don't know. Unless I heard it wrong. I'm pretty sure I didn't hear it wrong.
Several people after a school shooting Tuesday afternoon at the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, one of the worst mass shootings in Canada's history. 8 people are dead, 2 victims are in critical condition, and 25 other people are injured. The shooter was 18-year-old Jessie Van Rootseller. Police say Van Rootselaar killed her 39-year-old mother and her 11-year-old stepbrother in their family home in Tumbler Ridge. She then went to the school with a long gun and modified handgun. There, police say she opened fire, killing a 39-year-old female teacher, 3 12-year-old female students, and 2 male students, 12-year-old and a 13-year-old. RCMP issued an emergency alert Tuesday afternoon for an active shooter after reports of gunfire. When police entered, they found the 6 people dead in various areas of the school. The shooter was also found dead at the school with what RCMP say was a self-inflicted injury. Peyton McNeil is a student at the secondary school and was locked down in her class during the shooting.
At first, we didn't know what it was. It didn't feel real. It sounded like construction or something. And then we heard screams, and then the alarm started going. We had to grab kids from the hallway. We got sent into the back room, and we were just locked in there for like 3 hours, not knowing where our siblings were, not being able to talk to our parents.
We do believe the suspect acted alone, and there are currently no other outstanding suspects.
When asked, police said that the shooter was born a man but transitioned into a female, but Mounties stressed that there's no indication that that has anything to do with the shooting. The local medical center...
Yeah, once again, Sean people are in the center and front of crazy shit. Crazy shit. Crazy shit, yeah. Crazy, yeah. That is crazy. That is why, yo. You're telling y'all. Getting these kids and transforming them, they're going to have problems. They're going to have issues. They're going to have issues where they're going to have, like, you know, problems where they're going to have side effects, and the side effects going to be crazy, you know? It's just like when a person does, ask any woman that do a breast implant, if they go through problems. That's why they're telling you, these ladies with this BBLs, you know what I mean? Because they stink, they go through problems. But yeah, once again, the trans people, you know, the LGBT people, you know, she was crazy. So she was an LGBT girl. Oh my God. And the worst shooting ever. The worst shooting ever. That's some sad ass stuff. But I'm trying to figure, why would she unalive her parents?
Has been open around the clock, providing support for those in the community and those injured. Catherine Ludwig, Global News.
Why would she unalive her parents though? Or he? This is crazy, huh? This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. This is insane, y'all. Let me go back to this right here. This is insane. Hold on. Let's code on.
For coming, and I recognize the significant interest not only the media but the public have in this event, so I will endeavor to do my best to inform you as up to date as possible and to provide some information moving forward about how we will manage our communications. I'll just...
See, China people, right? They're going to find a way to justify for this girl or whoever for what that person done. They're going to find a way. They're going to find a way.
Start with a review of the incident from yesterday. So on February 10th at approximately 1:20 p.m. Pacific Standard Time at Tumbler Ridge, RCMP received a report of an active shooter at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. A police-initiated public alert, PIPA, was issued as officers responded. Police from Tumbler Ridge RCMP and surrounding detachments responded immediately, with members from the local detachment arriving within 2 minutes of the initial call. Upon arrival, there was active gunfire, and as officers approached the school, rounds were fired in their direction. Officers entered the school, to locate the threat. Within minutes, an individual confirmed to be the shooter was located deceased with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The suspect has been identified.
Tell you guys this. So when they tell you guys on CNN about the mass shooting in Canada and all and that they said it was a girl, remember that it was a man. It was a man that turned into a trans woman. Right? Remember this. The mass shooting. Anybody in America. You see this when it pop up on CNN and they say, "Oh, a girl." Just remember that. It was a man. It was a trans woman that did that. Because one thing about, you know what I mean? You know, that's crazy. This is one of the most worst shootings, you know what I mean, that ever happened in history. Worst.
As 18-year-old Jesse Van Rutselaar, who is a resident of Tumbler Ridge. 2 firearms, a long gun and a modified handgun, were recovered by responding officers. Determining the origin of these firearms and what role they played in the shootings remains a significant part of the active and ongoing investigation. Multiple victims were located throughout the school, along with approximately 25 individuals with possible injuries. Once it was determined to be safe, officers evacuated over 100 students and faculty to a local community center, while police continued to assess whether any ongoing threats remained. Those with potential injuries were transported to...
Yeah, yo, this thing right here, the mass shooting that happened, the LGBT, once again, they mad about something. Maybe he was not a Trump supporter. I don't know. Maybe. But, you know, once again, even if you're not supporting, you cannot utter people that doesn't justify. People like to justify stuff and what? Because the law don't. You know what I mean? You know, some people, certain things have to just get used to certain things. And they still are getting used to it. They couldn't go around, you know what I mean? So, but I think it's great. That's great. That's crazy. And we talk about all. I remember back we said, "Oh, the people, you know, or unaliving themselves, the Muslim people, but yo, it seemed like LGBT people are doing the same thing." The worst mass shooting happened in Canadian history, y'all, is by they said the person's name was Jesse, but really it's a dude that had a female name. Let's clarify that, right? And I think, you know, I think it's crazy that they expose a person like that because, you know, they should have kept it as what it is. Hold on, let me get that mic. My mic is fucked. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. I think it's kind of crazy that the mainstream media would expose him like that, saying that he was born because you see females, right? Let me show you something. When it comes to females, right, is females, they don't care. They don't want no part of a female doing a mass shooting. Or so man need to understand that. Regardless if you're a trans man or you're gonna be a dude and you wanna be a trans woman, they just showed you that they're not taking no part of, you know, women are not terrorists. So I think that's the reason why they exposed dude right there, saying he was born a dude and then he became a trans. You know, but yeah, y'all look it up. They tell y'all it's a girl. Remember that, it's not a girl. It's a dude. That was, you know, that did the mass shooting. And that was some John Rambo shit. Ain't no girl gonna go off like that, like set it off, Queen Latifah shit. Had 2 guns, like, you know, like that sound like some, you see what I'm saying? So shit, you can hide behind them. You're still gonna be exposed who you really is. But yeah, y'all go check it out.
worst mass shooting in Canadian history is done by the trans. The people that, this dude right here, his name, what they say his name was. I guess his name was Jesse. A dude could be a Jesse too.
The local medical clinic for triage and assessment, and 2 victims with significant injuries were transported to hospital via air ambulance. Following a medical assessment of the individuals, no discernible physical injuries were identified for those that remained at the scene. I'd like to correct some information that was shared yesterday and to clarify that 9 people in total are deceased as a result of this incident. Initially, it was believed that one of the victims, a female with significant injuries, who was transported from the scene by our members and then transitioned to paramedics, had succumbed to her injuries. Police have since confirmed that is not the case. She is alive, and it was one of the 2 female victims that were airlifted to hospital.
That's the shit I don't like about mass shootings and stuff like this. Like, you could be a parent, and I'm talking about when it comes to school. You could be a parent, and you could be waiting to see what's going on. If you're what's going on with your kid, if they're hiding somewhere, if they're scared, they're at a friend's house, and they say, "Oh, you know what? I guess that person's gone unalive," and then you find out your kid is alive. Yo, listen, that is strange. That is strange. There's no way you should be giving out misleading the public with that type of information, or the family member with that type of information when there's a shooting like that. But it's just, they wanted to protect certain things in their community. But, I gotta say, boy, just watch. We're just gonna watch. A lot of crazy stuff going on. This is, once again, this is they're gonna find a way to justify this. They're gonna find a way to justify this. They're gonna say, well, maybe the mom didn't accept, or maybe the brother was bullying her home and didn't accept him to be I don't know.
Both of those victims remain in serious condition. The deceased victims from the school include an adult female educator, 3 female students, and 2 male students between the ages of 13 and 17.
First they said 4 people, then they came to 8 people. The other girl said 8. This guy said 9, right? She said 6. You see what I'm saying? If anybody was watching, I played it. She said 6 victims. So I guess the 9 must have been like, it's 6. It's 6. It's probably 6. But I guess the 9 must have been the tranny's mom and stepbrother. And then, you see what I'm saying? So that's 9 altogether. But it's 9 altogether. I guess it's 9. So it's 9. It adds up.
2 additional victims, an adult female and a male youth, were located deceased in the local residence. The BC Major Crime Unit has assumed conduct of the investigation and is working to determine the full circumstances surrounding this tragic incident.
You want to know something about Canada, BC right now, y'all? If y'all in America, look it up. It's underneath a state of emergency for crime, for criminal organization. Like the gangs have took over. They took over that side of the country. Okay? Look it up. You think I'm lying? Man, that's what I'm saying. You're never going to be in history that the United States of America is in a state of emergency because there's too much crime going on there. Too much crime going on over there. I don't know. I'm just saying.
There's been much speculation within the community regarding the relationship between the shooter and some of the victims. All of that remains part of the active and ongoing investigation. We are not in a position to publicly confirm any specifics at this time. Additional resources have been deployed to Tumbler Ridge to support both the investigation and day-to-day policing operations, which continue with the assistance of our neighboring detachments. BC Emergency Health Services, the Tumbler Ridge Fire Department, the local medical center, the school district, the community center, and many others within the community have provided significant support throughout this response. Anyone in the community who does not need support, who does need support, is asked to go to the Tumbler Ridge Community Center at 340 Front Street. We understand the community has questions, and we understand they want to know the motive behind this tragic incident. We do believe the suspect acted alone, and there are currently no other outstanding suspects. Our investigators remain on scene, actively gathering information to determine the full circumstances of what transpired. This is a deeply distressing incident where 9 individuals have senselessly lost their lives. Our thoughts are with the families, the loved ones, the first responders in the greater Tumbler Ridge community, and all those impacted by this tragic incident. If you have questions, I'm prepared to take them at this time.
Officer Renita Dea from Global News, could you please expand a little bit on the suspect? Was he known to police? Were there any red flags regarding his mental health?
So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
Could you spell the suspect's name, please?
Yes.
So, Jesse is mental health dude. I got mental health issues, right? Jesse is also a dude, which is a trans girl, right? So, and they're still labeling him. You notice the police officers labeled him as a female. If you notice, the media was the one. So that's what I'm saying. Some mainstream media are okay. And I mean, some of them, I can't bash all of them. If you notice, she let us know that it was a dude that was a girl. He's trying to make it look like it still is a female. Crazy, it's a blood class. Science.
The first name is spelled Jesse. The surname is spelled capital VAN and space capital ROOTSELAAR.
Were the 2 victims found at the residence where the suspect lived?
Yes.
And why can't you elaborate on the relationship between the victims and in that residence? And
I can't elaborate on that. So it is believed the victims of that residence and the suspect are family members.
can you say what parent sibling, what relationship that is?
Yes, the female adult victim is the mother of the suspect, and the youth male is the brother of the suspect, or stepbrother.
Can you expand? You talked about the history of mental health with this female suspect. Could you expand on that?
I'll give you perhaps remaining some general comments on that. Police had attended that residence on multiple occasions over the past several years, dealing with concerns of mental health with respect to our suspect. I can say that on different occasions, the suspect was apprehended for assessment and follow-up.
So apprehended under the Mental Health Act?
Yes. In some circumstances, yes.
Any indication whether or not the suspect was receiving any help for their mental health situation regarding counseling, any of those services that are involved?
I don't have that information at this time. If the suspect was currently receiving care, I don't have that information at this time.
You guys hear this? Do you guys hear these people and the questions they're asking? They're asking that a person that just shot up innocent people, 6 innocent people, including his mom, his stepbrother, and including himself, right? So now, instead of asking why couldn't they, protect, they're asking about why shouldn't they should, why didn't nobody have no counsel for him? Didn't I tell you they make excuse for these? Wasn't that, see what's going on? And this is a big part of the problem of the world, y'all. If people like to make excuses for people as, we don't make excuses for, we don't ask if there's any, if there's no mental health resource or there's anybody could get them any help. For any 14-year-old that will go and pop somebody outside, in a Tim Hortons or go ahead and unalive an old lady, right? But we ask for a grown person because there is a man that's a trans woman that that the system failed them and they never got them the help they need. You guys hear this shit? Do you guys hear this shit? Let me rewind. Let you hear the question that she asked because you know what? Who is she with? Listen to this.
So apprehended under the Mental Health Act?
Yes.
Taken to the hospital?
In some circumstances, yes. Made some general comments on that. Police had attended that residence on multiple occasions over the past several years, dealing with concerns of mental health with respect to our suspect. I can say that on different occasions, the suspect was apprehended for assessment and follow-up.
So apprehended under the Mental Health Act?
Yes.
Taken to the hospital?
In some circumstances, yes.
Any indication whether or not the suspect was receiving any help for their mental health situation regarding counseling, any of those services that are involved?
I don't have that information at this time. If the suspect was currently receiving care, I don't have that information at this time.
What's gonna come out of it is not. They're gonna say it's not criminal response, right? 6 people dead, including himself, his parents, and his stepbrother. But he's not gonna be criminally responsible because I don't even think that people listen. People, I don't get where they're going with this because people that got those health problems, they once again they run away from home. Like there's one kid that they said that was missing. He ran away from home. He got mental health issues. He unalived the old lady, and then they put him in jail. They had no excuse for him. So, like, you know what I mean? When do we go? Who do we? This shit doesn't fail, bro. As I said, nothing. There's not gonna be no justice about this. You know what I mean? At least the one lady, because some reporters are like crazy. When they're with their agenda, they're with their community. They're gonna protect their community. They're gonna blame the system for not helping. They're gonna blame this crazy. This is a mass shooting, but they're gonna blame the system for not helping. If you have the sense to get yourself 2 guns, and if you know in your head, in your sense, that you had a modified gun, it's illegal. First of all, you know what I mean. You're not supposed to have that, and you're walking around and you're getting off. No one's looking at you, and that I'm sorry, like some of that is maybe bullying fault, um lack drug use or whatever. Like majority of that's the time is you got that type of stuff. Kids are doing that early age, and then they just trigger themselves off all that. But they can't. I just think it's crazy. This is gonna be sad. 6 people that the whole. I'm gonna say, 7 people, including the person who shot themselves. So not few, but it's messed up. I feel sorry for the people that had to went through that. You know what I mean? That it's crazy. It's madness. Think about it. If your child is at school and somebody that got problems and issues, and people are telling him that he just went off and is bound, took his mom out, his stepbro comes to the school, killed 6 others, including himself, and then they're saying, well, you know what? The mental health issue should have been at his house. But reality, when people got those problems, if they really have issues like that, they really keep them in like a home, and then because that's where they go look for them. So I was wondering, was they at did they the home that where he was at for the treatment or the mental health issue? Let him just wander the street. Um, wasn't monitoring his meds, or wasn't making sure they was on that he was on his meds, and it is crazy. It's just like it's wild. You know what I mean? But if you want to know who you is, and if you claim that you shouldn't, we can't always find that way out because there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of kids running that are 15 and 16, and they have mental health. If they out here doing some crazy, and I swear they got mental health issues, where's they? Who's checking up on them? As I said, only certain people get justified for it. I swear to God, I'm not bashing nobody, but that's what it is. That's why some people have urge when it comes to certain things. But this right here, they shouldn't be asking that type of stuff. They should save those things for last. They should be asking like, all right, who make what was said, what happened, how did it come to this? Because if you're staying at home, that means you're not that bad. I mean, something must have happened. Some type of medication that must have made that the new medication or something new something new that they put them on that triggered and just what do you call it? The side effects just made him go crazy. Some of it's their fault, but still, you know what I mean? You must have had the feeling of want to do that in a long time. When somebody do something, regardless of what they're going through, they had that, you know what I mean? When somebody do something they don't want to do, they've been want to doing that when they do it, especially when they do it like an outrage like that on the stage like that. They was influenced by others like themselves that do that shit when they get bullied. And that's just the facts. You see what I'm saying? Real shit. So we can't look for it's crazy.
Any of the interactions with police, any of them have to do with weapons?
Yes.
In particular?
Yes.
Could you expand on that, please?
I will say that, again, I'm not trying to be too circumspect, but police have attended that residence in the past, approximately a couple of years ago, where firearms were seized under the criminal code. I can say that at a later point in time, the lawful owner of those firearms petitioned for those firearms to be returned, and they were.
Were criminal charges laid in relation to those firearms?
No.
What firearm? That's why I'm here. My question is, we've heard all around the world reports coming up from India, not local, but world, and we've heard people from Tumbler Ridge, actually people that know the shooter, and they are all saying that this person is transgender. Why is the RCMP not speaking to this? Why are we hiding this from them?
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question. I will say this. We identified the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jesse was born as a biological male who approximately the information that I
identify that. That's our problem. Okay, here's my thing with that problem. And I applaud that reporter for that. That's what I said. Not all of them, but she's not the only one that acts that. He's a fucking liar, first of all. You see, I'm telling you, right? You put it's crazy, yo. This is absolutely insane. Did you guys hear the question that she asked this man? Did you hear? But this person is gone. It's deceased. You know what I mean? The dead does not want to be named. This is insane. This is what's ruined society. This is why we're why we're divided too, because we can't answer a simple fucking question. And this is the stuff that me and Rice talk about. The truth will be right there that says this person was born a man. But hey, no, actually, we want to change it. We cannot change that. What the science says, we cannot change what God made us. He's going to tell this lady, no, she's not the only one to ask that question. She's not. She's not. People have a problem with that. She's not. She should lose her job because she asked that question. No. You know what I mean? So you got to make it like a scene. You got to I'm sorry, yo. When stuff like that, we got to stop doing that. We confuse because we're trying to protect people because they're a part of our agenda and they're a part of a community. We got to call it like how it is. You know what I mean? Let's rewind again, come again with that. You know what I mean? We got to stop doing that. That's why when we think that a man do the shooting, we don't even know man, because guess what? They don't want to tell y'all that this woman was a man or this man was a woman. You see what I'm saying? They need to stop doing that. I'm happy she hit him with a question like that. I'm happy. You know what I mean? Y'all need to stop. That's what I'm saying. Be on some real journalist shit.
Is We've heard all around the world reports coming out from different media, not local but world, and we've heard people from Tumbler Ridge, actually people that know the shooter, and they are all saying that this person is transgender. Why is the RCMP not speaking to this? Why are we hiding this from them?
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question.
Not.
I will say this. We identified the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jesse was born as a biological male who approximately, the information that I have, approximately 6 years ago began to transit.
Once again, people in the US, and they don't let CNN tell you that there was a girl that did a mass shooting and killed 9 people in Canada, y'all. Don't let them tell y'all that, okay? Do not let them play with y'all. This is not a female, okay? And this is crazy, right? These people, right? They will ask for evidence, and then you give them the evidence, and then they'll still not use it. They'll hold it from the public. Because if you ask somebody like, yo, you investigate a shooting, and then they'll tell you, yeah, well, this person was such and such, but they was born as that, but they identified themselves as that. You gotta call it like, you gotta tell the truth. You shouldn't let the media embarrass you like that. You know what I mean? You gotta call it like how it is. If it's a duck, it's a duck. If it's a dog, it's a blood clot dog. You see what I'm saying? So they gotta stop doing that. They gotta stop doing that. I'm sorry, yo. They gotta stop doing that, yo. It's embarrassing when they do that.
Position to female and identified as female, both socially and publicly.
Unfortunately, we've heard a lot of transgender and mass shootings. Do you think there's a correlation here?
It's too early to say whether that has any correlation in this investigation. I think it's important to recognize that this investigation is still in its infancy. We have scenes still lock down the school and the residence while we execute search warrants and gather further evidence and talk to witnesses that may have further evidence for police.
Brandon was good.
I'm just wondering, can you tell me when weeks prior to yesterday last in contact with Jesse?
That's a good question. I probably have that answer somewhere here in my papers, but I believe we were there sometime last year.
So nothing in the last few days?
Nothing in the last few days, that's correct.
And you talked about the guns that were
Mhm.
covered. And can you say anything about the home?
Now we know why. Listen.
So I will say this.
So
I know
now we
the
know
guns
why.
are of significant.
No, we can't blame it on the media. You see, when there's something happen like this, we can't blame CNN. Yes, we can, because they should know. TMZ, even if they put this out, they're gonna tell you it's a female. Don't listen to them, okay? They're not gonna tell you that. You see, this is the RCMP, right? This is the head of the headers. This is like the, they're like the FBI and the mountain police, like them niggas that helped caught what's his name? Ryan Wedding, and like the FBI, mountain police, or whatever you call them niggas. But them, right? Them is like, he shouldn't have let that happen, and that's why certain things don't get figured out, and this is why because you're thinking, oh, it's female, right? You did a whole blog on it, and then everything. Respect was not, as I said, we're not mad at anything what nobody want to be, but the fact is the fact. We can't do that. You know what I mean? And this is where the education is failing, because that's not education. If you can't, if you know what I mean. If your date of birth said this, and we're not even trying to go by people date of birth papers no more. It's crazy. It's insane.
Interest to everybody. Part of the reason we haven't identified this,
but I know this when it comes to like LGBT shit and stuff happen like this. It's like everybody like don't wanna. It's like they still trying to find a way. It's like this everything else. There's only one person that said, oh, and you could tell she like, she you could tell the reporter that asked that question. She is like, all right, I don't mind people do what they want to do, but you got to tell the truth. Like, you know what I mean? Don't make it look like it's a female. Because regardless of what they identify themselves, what they identify themselves as, the crime is, that means you're lying on the crime.
You know what I mean? The crime is the crime. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, how are we gonna sit up there and try to you investigate the case when you're gonna do that? That means, we're gonna hold back evidence, and that's what and by him not saying the name, and I don't care who it is, any police officer not saying, if there's a female that identify themselves as a male, or a man that identify themselves as a female and do a shooting or homicide, whatever they do. You know what I mean? They should be identified as what they born as their date of birth paper, because that what makes the case. You can't make the case when you're not saying, "Oh, I'm gonna identify." You know what I mean? That means you're not looking at the past. That person could have done some crazy shit and just decided to be that person because they don't want you to look at them like that. Because I keep telling people, you know what I mean? Because that's what people do. So we got to stop doing that. Crazy, yeah.
Specific models of the firearms or ownership is because at this point in time, our investigators continue to pursue those leads. We want to make sure that the information we do provide is accurate. We want to ensure that we can identify properly the ownership of the firearms, how they were procured, whether they were lawfully owned, unlawfully owned, whether they were manufactured, and whether there could be any other parties to an offense that we are not yet aware of. So when we are able to release that information, we certainly will.
He was like, did he have a license?
I can say that she had a license that had expired. I believe it was in 2024. She did not have any firearms registered to her.
Can you talk about, sir, any indication, any information you have regarding Jesse experiencing bullying at the school, any sort of difficulty at the school because of this transition from male to female?
I do not have any information to suggest that was the case. I can say that Jesse dropped out of school approximately 4 years ago and was not currently attending the school.
So I have a question here from Jared from the Western Standard. They wanted to just know why we waited until now to confirm.
That's crazy. The reporter can't even call this man a dude. She has to say Jesse. But even though she just made him expose himself that this was a man that, did that, she what do you call it? He's still saying up there saying she. You guys see this shit? You guys see this shit? This is wild, man. This is wild. I'm sorry. This is wild. This is wild. I can't. I can't. I'm sorry. This is too much. I can't. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is why people, this is crazy. Can't give a female the name of a female name. You're gonna confuse people.
Confirm the identity of the suspect.
It's a good question. I know it's one of concern, specifically with the speed of social media. I think it's important to recognize that yesterday, when we first provided a media availability, it was approximately 5 hours after the active shooter event. At that point in time, we were still trying to lock down locations. We had victims that we were evacuating. As you can imagine, the scene was quite chaotic with significant amount of trauma. And it's important for us, when we do release information, to get it accurate. I point to the case of now having to correct and say that there's only 9 deceased persons instead of 10. We want to get information out as quick as possible, but we also appreciate that that information needs to be accurate, because particularly when we're dealing with victims or dealing with the identity of a suspect, we have to take into consideration, in this case, our suspect was deceased. We had to locate next of kin to notify them. So I would hate, notwithstanding the public interest, I would hate for someone to find out that their loved one was deceased, coming from our podium or coming from the news media in advance of being told in person.
And I have one other question.
They always have an excuse for something, That's the fact. They always have an excuse. That is sad. He had a whole, and he had no excuse. No excuse to go to the school. 4 years. 4 years. 4 years. Oh, you can't see. They try to blame the kids. Like there's always somebody to blame. Somebody's always looking for someone to blame. Right? They trying to blame the other kids when this kid hasn't been going to that school for 4 years. When you go through something, I'm telling you, people gonna find out, yo. And you're doing these things at an early age, you're gonna cost you with these problems. You're gonna go through these side effects. It's just like, women do a breast implant. They go through problems for a while. They gonna tell you that. You know what I mean? Anything, any problem. When you call it, surgery, and you're gonna go through issues. You're gonna have issues. You don't have issues, yeah. You don't have issues. You don't have issues. And ask a female. Ask any female that do surgery and stuff like that. What's going on with it? You wonder what's going on? What's going on, bro? Steve? Much respect, much respect. I appreciate it, Steve, bro. Shout out to you, shout out to you. I was talking about this mass shooting that they say happened down here. That crazy. I got this, this wild. I'm just here, bro. Much respect. Shout out to you, though, bro. Yeah, shout out to you and your family, man. Down here in the cold, boy. My man. I said these people are crazy. People don't like to take, don't like to call it how it is. That's how we have issues. Bro. That's how we have issues. That's why the world has issues. It's okay to be something, but then you gotta have to when stuff like this happens, you gotta be fair so people can understand. You gotta let people understand. Because they don't do that in those other countries. That's the next reason why they got the people in the Olympics got rid of the trends and all that shit because it was confusing people, you know? And the Olympics is not going to tell you, okay, well, if your country doesn't cooperate and don't believe in what we believe in, then you can't be in the Olympics. Like, you see what I'm saying? They don't do that. So what? And so before they get on people, what? They kind of like, all right, make it fair for the ladies, which is the right thing to do because you don't want your daughter to have to compete. You see what I'm saying? And she don't get it right way. She can't. You see what I'm saying? Because she got to go through somebody that come on, I don't have the same power as her. That's not fair. Doesn't matter. That's what people need to understand, and that's where it stands. We got to start telling the truth when it comes to stuff like that. It's sad to happen to those people. Everybody got it. And I think mass shootings are crazy. You gotta be really going through mental health, really some real issues to be going and doing shit like that. That's crazy. You know what I mean? But man, I don't like when they don't deliver the story right. When they try to hide certain things, it's not right. It's kind of crazy. They got to do a better job. When they because if it's a cat, it's a cat. If it's a dog, it's a dog. The dog come and bite somebody. Not gonna say a cat did it. It's not because they both scratched. You know what I mean? A dog bite is different from a cat scratch. I mean, the dog is gonna do more damage. Than the cat. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, can't really, and that's the problem, That's a problem. That is a problem. People need to understand. People just don't want to need to be fair like that, and that's the next reason why we get people confused all the time. You see what I'm saying? People get confused all the time, and people don't. When you're law enforcement, when you're a doctor, you know what I mean? Because when you call a family member, you know what I mean, they're gonna say what, or if they don't know, they're gonna be asking questions, and then no, you're gonna have to explain. They're gonna be like, well, shit, why you didn't say that before? You know what I mean? Because I know I don't have a son or a daughter. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's only right. It's only fair. We gotta stop doing that shit. You know, they gotta stop doing that, not we, because not everybody does that. The reporter, asks, and then this guy try to get mad at her. Oh, like, oh, she's wrong for asking that. She knows she should be able to ask that. She's a female. Crazy, man. They crazy out here, but yeah, man. Shout out to y'all. I'm gonna see y'all on the next one. Tony Yayo stop fighting on the airplane. Y'all need to stop chasing Ja Rule, man. Ja Rule gonna be the last thing. Tony Yayo, what are you gonna do when you don't have 50 Cent to beat? You know what I mean? What are you what's gonna happen with you when his time comes? Um, I don't think the whole what's his name, Bad Bunny should get. I don't think he should be able to perform in the Super Bowl no more though, because when um and what happened with Janet Jackson, it wasn't the same for her. But I'm gonna see y'all on the next one, y'all. Like, comment, share, subscribe.